purpose. See, I suck. Hey, I'm so bad at this. There's no reason for that.
You're good.
No reason whatsoever. I can't announce them on time. I can't. I don't even know how to schedule them. I mean, I know how, but I don't apparently know how.
We're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it.
Okay, they're starting to trickle over. But yeah, as far as that, what'd you say?
Nothing. I was saying I'm gonna get my phone so I can see the chat. Well, I'm not gonna be able to look at it anyway because I gotta get these dishes in the dishwasher. Because this is trifling to go to bed with a sink full of dishes. And he would never. I don't even think he knows how to turn on the dishes, and I don't want him to anyway because he might break something.
Yeah, that's true. I have to say, so I unpacked everything in the house. Looks really presentable, but I took the boxes that I hadn't packed and I put them in my laundry room because it's like huge. And so I stuck them all in there. So this morning he got up and he was like, "Where are my underwear?" And I was like, "In the laundry room." I was like, "I have not unpacked them." So fortunately he didn't open the door, but it looked like I had unpacked everything because I was like, okay, I can't get it all done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it look
right
like I got it all done. But there were no clothes in the drawers.
Shame on you.
I know.
Yeah, I feel bad because like I rarely have to leave the house because like I'll talk to you about that offline, but I run about 3 businesses, but I don't have to leave. And even to go to our brick and mortar place, I don't leave the house that much unless I'm going shopping. So I just feel bad about this kitchen. I cannot believe I went to bed with these dishes.
Yeah. No, I know that life. Yeah, we had, don't judge me. We had ramen noodles. And I didn't want to wash the pans, so what I did was I stacked 3 pans on top of each other. So the kitchen was totally clean except for these 3 pans were sitting on the counter. And he came in, I was like, "Please don't touch the pans. Please don't touch the pans." Because he's the sort to be like, "Why is this sitting here?" Like, and then start fondling stuff. And I'm like, "Don't fondle anything. Don't touch anything."
Yeah.
So what is this friends request thing on
YouTube?
Oh, people keep requesting to be my friend, and I don't know that I want to be anybody's friend.
Well, sometimes I accept most people if I'm familiar with them or whatever. But sometimes people like share videos or they message you. It's just kind of like Facebook Messenger almost.
That's all that it does. Is it just lets them message you?
Yeah. So I think it's. I'm sorry if I'm making noise. I'm trying to get this kitchen.
James T. Kirk. It's Nylah Says. She has the best lives, and she has a great series called Sleeper Cell. So you can go over there and check it out.
Thank you, Irene. So.
Oh, you thought only Southerners use this term? What, sir? What term?
What term?
I don't know. What are you talking about, James T. Kirk? He said, "Who is this other chick? He's a mess."
Oh, is he talking about me?
Yeah, I can't with that dude.
But you know what? The crazy thing is this. I had a lot of people talk about my accent. So English was not my first language. And when I lived, in a couple of countries when I was little. So you develop the accents of where you are a lot. And so when I was like 5, I went to the South with my grandmother, and I just started getting this Southern accent. But what's crazy, if I'm around my one half of my family, I start like I have a very strong Latin accent when I'm around them. But if I'm around the other side, then I sound like a straight up country Southern grandma.
Oh, well, I have to admit, when I was young, I would just do stuff for the sake of doing it. So I would dress certain ways for the sake of doing it. I would talk with an accent for the sake of doing it. I would do like cosplay before it was like a thing, just for the sake of doing it. Nurse student possibilities. I don't have a topic. I just thought I'd get on here and talk to you guys because I know it had been a while and I was going to do it tomorrow, but I figured, what the hell? So my topic is your topic. See, what do you want to talk about? But yeah, I used to just do stuff, but I grew up, but I'm from the hate in San Francisco. So we're just weird people. We're just a weird group of people. So I would just do random stuff just for just to experience what life would be like doing it. Because I was damaged from growing up in San Francisco. I feel like everybody that grew up in San Francisco is a little bit.
One of my good friends is from, that's not the Bay Area. No, she's what I forgot what city she is from San Francisco. But she's always from California. She's always talking shit about Californians.
Is she? Hey, you guys, Derek, are you in the room? Derek, because I know you were in my other chat. Are you in the room? Yes, no, maybe so. I kind of want to open this up a little bit, you guys. I want to do something different. I want to steal all of Nyla's ideas. Well, you know, one of the things that you know what, Nyla, one of the things I want to do on my Patreon, I set it up, but I haven't announced it or given the link out to any of my followers yet, is I want to do private chats for them, but just like for certain tiers. And then I also... Yeah,
I do that.
How about you, buddy?
I do private lives for my certain tiers. You have to be careful. And people are going to say that you're hustling people when you do this, but you have to be careful. Like some people, I have tiers that start all the way at $1 because I understand some people just don't have a lot of money, but they want to support you. And some people support multiple people. So I'm appreciative from $1 to $50. You know what I'm saying?
But mine go up to $500 a month.
Yeah, I think mine goes up to $500 too.
Okay, good. Because girl, I thought the thing is like, bitch, who the hell's gonna give you 500?
I mean, I have a few that are over 100, but there are perks that come with that. Like, I'm going to be working with one of my patrons on some advertising stuff, so it gets more. Because see, what I'm trying to do is build a complete media platform. So some of these people are going to eventually end up being a part of a bigger network. And we're going to be doing stuff like news, sports, entertainment, legal help, just we're going to run the gamut. Like there is going to be a time they're complaining about 8-hour lives, but there will be a day when my channel is active 24 hours a day. But it just won't be me all the
time. Who wants to know? B1 Intellectual wants to know, are you an Afro-Latina?
You can say that. My dad, both my parents are Black, but my dad is Cuban. He's Black as tar, but he's Cuban. His parents were both from Cuba. And my mom, her mother is a Dominican Black and her dad is Black American. So you can classify it that way, even though that's not the way we were classified a long time ago. They just, that's fairly new as far as how people identify us. But I'm Black as far as I'm concerned.
So I want to talk about, you know what, on your live, I was not trying to throw him shade. I honestly couldn't remember his name because I have this thing like when I've dismissed somebody like in my mind, I can't recall like details about them, which is pretty.
I'm the same way. I don't remember you that much. I know what you mean.
So I kept referring to him and not saying his name, and then he was always like, "Why won't you say my name?" And I was like, "Dude, because I can't remember it. Like I just know your voice. When you start on that bullshit, I know it's you. You know what I mean?" But he knew I was talking about him.
Yep.
Clearly, because he knows how he moves. Because if you don't move that way, then you're gonna be like, "Who is she talking about?" Like,
oh, girl, like I'll be live later on today. I'm going to run the gamut and honey. I'm not gonna say it right now because I don't want to ruin the surprise. But that, honey, I'm just gonna leave it right there. I'm just gonna leave it right there. Like I'm pissed. at not even just the little like bitchiness, because I'm a woman, so I've been dealing with bitches all of my life, so I recognize bitches. But I was really pissed about the last thing that he said in that chat box before he left, where he recorded the conversation that he had said about you.
Oh yeah. Oh, you guys, he started making reference to the colors of the penises that I've sat on. Which, here's the thing is, I was married for like almost all of my adult life. But I think sometimes when people, don't have anything to say about you, and he couldn't find a flaw in what I addressed regarding his just twisted logic and his hypocrisy, what he did is he made a personal attack on me personally. And it was a sexual attack.
It's an easy one too.
Yeah. But I think that's fine. Someone wants to know what languages you speak.
Spanish, Portuguese, Arabic, Urdu, English sometimes, Ebonics. Hold on, I'm trying to.
What languages do you speak?
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. What'd you say, honey?
Oh wait, are you talking to me or somebody else?
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying something while I was talking.
Oh no. So Whitney Titus was asking what languages you spoke. She said she was on her 4th. And I was asking Whitney, what languages do you speak? My son speaks 5 languages. He speaks English, Spanish, French, German, I guess 6 languages, Russian and Japanese. I
speak to learn Mandarin.
Yeah, I think Cantonese is a better one though, because more people speak Cantonese than Mandarin.
Yeah, well,
but I think Arabic is a good one. I was telling my son, I was like, you need to pick up Arabic, and honestly, he needs to also pick up Gullah. And I guess I could add, I'm not fluent in Gullah though, so I can't.
Well, some of the languages you learn, like I forgot, like Portuguese and French are given. When you learn Spanish, it's really easy to pick up French, Italian, and Portuguese, and I forget to name those because they're very similar and almost interchangeable. And what's good about learning Arabic is that it makes it easier to learn Hebrew, because that's also very, 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 very similar. But the Arabic that I learned is not necessarily the spoken Arabic, even though I can speak regular conversational Arabic, but there's a difference between regular conversational Arabic than there is the language of the Quran. So I learned what they call classical Arabic, which is what the Quran is written in. So that's why so many Muslims, a lot of times, even Arabs, I won't say just Muslims because, that's not fair, but there are a lot of Arabs that don't necessarily interpret the Quran correctly. But, most of them, can recite it, but they don't interpret it because it's classical Arabic. So you see most of them are reciting it, and while they can, do the recitations, when they translate it, it's like trying to translate old English into modern today's English. You know how if you don't use all of the words, you miss a lot of the meaning. Like how some of the verses and stuff like that are misunderstood because it's so hard to translate a language like that into English. English is one of the worst languages because that's why it's so hard to translate when you're talking about Arabic or Hebrew. That's why people find sometimes a great difficulty in reciting Quran from Arabic to English.
That's pretty crazy, actually. That's interesting. It kind of makes me think of Portuguese when they say there's a high and a low Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys are saying in the chat, they're saying that I have that wrong, that Mandarin is the most spoken language. And
Mandarin is.
For a long time, I thought that. But I'm telling you, some people from China said that Cantonese is spoken more often. That's where I got that from. It's because I used to think it was Mandarin and somebody corrected me, but I could be wrong, y'all. I could be wrong.
Well, I think Mandarin is kind of like, how English is just universal everywhere? I think Mandarin in Asia is like their English. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Okay. That's so funny. You guys, my daughters, they've made like friends with the only homeschooling kids on the block. I live across from my mother because I homeschool. For those of you guys that I can't talk. For those of you guys who don't know, and so the girls are showing them what we've done with the house. I can't even believe that my daughter literally was like, "Can I show them what we've done with the house?" I was like, "She's only 10. She has so many weird tendencies. I don't even know." We were putting up my man's ties because he has like a serious tie addiction. So I started, like in the store, how they graduate the ties by like color. Mm-hmm. And I'm like obsessive to like, I do my closets. I do everything that way. I'm very obsessive. And so I started to do his ties like that. And then my daughter grabbed a bag and she was like, "Oh, what are these?" I was like, "They're kerchiefs, like pocket kerchiefs." And we were discussing it, and she got through like 20 kerchiefs, and then it was all tied, literally hundreds of ties, y'all.
Oh,
I about passed out. Black Woman Sphere. Oh, you love both channels? That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Black Woman Sphere.
You've been sub for 2 weeks. Oh, you like my content? Thank you so much, Don Boxing. I really appreciate that. But yeah, like I was like, I told him in bed, okay, so here you guys, this is like TMI, but I feel like it's important to say this because a lot of people always ask me about this. So Nylah, this is going to be really gross to you. So everybody's always like, because I promote women to not have sex prior, to marriage. I just think that it's pragmatic to do that with your body because sex is so much different for us. And so we were, hold on a second. Okay, go play outside, girls.
I'm gonna go on mute because I'm trying to clean some stuff and it's gonna be noisy, but I'm listening.
That's okay. So, all right. So you guys know that I promote like sexual responsibility and stuff like that. And I get a lot of pushback for that. And a lot of people like to ask me personal questions about like my relationship and stuff like that, which I don't readily answer. Okay, so the kids are gone at the house now. So I don't readily answer those questions, but I'm going to tell you guys something that's really funny just because I think you guys will get a kick out of it. So here I go. I set the whole house up because when we arrived at this house, my man was actually out of town visiting his son who's in college. So he didn't come to the house until 2 days after we arrived. And in 2 days, y'all, I managed to unpack pretty much the whole house, except for the clothes, the silverware, and I still have to put my dining room table and chairs together because I wanted it to look nice for him when he came. And so the bedroom was literally the last place I put together. And I was in there and I had just finished it and I couldn't find the pillowcases for like the copious amounts of pillows I have. So anyway, here goes the TMI thing. Hi, B1 for life. So the too much information thing is, so we haven't been sleeping together, right? So yes, y'all, I practice what I preach. I'm an old lady and you guys know that I have children and all that, but I'm not a hooker, even though I like to show my cleavage and I dress a little sexy sometimes. It's just, I do that for me because I know I'm getting old. So I used to actually, people don't know this, I used to be a covered Christian. And so I still only wear dresses, but I used to be more than conservative because even my hair was covered. And so as I'm getting older, I dress more sexy for me because I like to take advantage of my youth while I still have that little sprinkling of youth left. And so anyway, so we're in bed and it's my time of the month, you guys. So this man has been waiting to be with me this whole time and we can't be together. Because it's my time of the month. And I just thought that was so funny. And I didn't tell him about it until he arrived because I didn't want him to be like traumatized. So I figured I would tell him when I had him in the best possible mood. But I have to, because somebody was asking me like, how is it treating me and stuff like that. And so I'm very happy, you guys, because it took me, yes, you figured that, Ann? Yeah, I was so busy. Y'all don't even know. I didn't sleep. So he got home last night. I didn't sleep for the whole day before that. And I mean like no sleep. I didn't sleep like not even 1 hour. I didn't sleep at all, you guys. I was like wide flippin' awake because I was determined that this house, when he walked in it, because he has to go to work and you know that he's an activist. And in his position that he's in now, it's specifically dealing with the small Black population that's in the state that we're in, because it's only 2% Black here. And he felt like he was more needed here because he was going to go teach at a historically Black university. And he got recruited where we are. And he felt he could make more of an impact here because our presence is so small. So we really need that advocacy here in the state. And so I just was like, oh, you wear a head covering when you pray, Whitney Titus? I know I'm all over the place. That's cool. Yeah, the thing is that I think that we should actually wear head coverings. Like I can point to more than like just that scripture on that, but I have like, we could do a whole story time about why I uncovered my hair. How was I functioning with no sleep? I went to sleep last night, Anne, but I was functioning with no sleep. And by functioning, I mean, I was literally like putting stuff together, hanging pictures, unpacking the house on 0 sleep. Like absolutely none. 1.2% in North Dakota. Pretty sassy Libra. Now that would be too much information. Girl, I already told you guys that it was apocalyptic with the situation. I'm not going to tell you what we did or didn't do. I just thought that was really funny that we had waited and then that happened. I just thought that was flipping hilarious. Like I knew the timing of it was going to be so bad, but it was like a little bit comical. Yeah, nurse student possibilities. I will talk about when I uncovered my hair and then why I didn't cover it again. Although I do advocate for covering. I know Nylah used to be Christian, and Nylah, you're not Christian anymore, right? She's muted, so she probably can't respond.
I haven't been Christian since I haven't been Christian since 2004. I converted to Islam in 2004. So
okay.
2005.
I think my man would like love you. He's heard you talking in the background and he's been like, who is that? Like, I think he likes the things that you say. And you know, my man is Muslim.
That I'm an asshole.
No, I think the thing, like the actual things that you say, not the way that you say them, but like the things that you say, the things that come out of your mouth are pretty profound. And sometimes I talk to him because sometimes you say things and I'm like, I just never, because for example, like crime in the Black community, for those of you who've been on my channel for a while, you know that I've talked about crime in the Black community. But when you were like, there's nothing that's going on in the Black community that's not being done on a larger scale globally. These people are just doing it at the level that they're capable of doing it, is essentially what you were saying. I had just never considered it that way. Like it just never even came into my mind. And that was like something profound when you really think about it, when you made that point.
Well, I appreciate that because I got a lot of criticism for that thought. And I want to say in 2014, I went on Facebook and I made a video explaining my understanding of that in-depthly. And it was not received well. It was received as, why is somebody at my door? Hold on a second. Yes. Yes.
We have a visitor.
Are you looking for Nylah?
No, sorry, my son pushed the wrong number.
I'm sorry. Okay. I was gonna say this is a gated community. You can't get in without a thing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm listening.
No, you were saying you got a lot of pushback.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of pushback from that. A lot of people were saying, and just like now, they're saying that that's making excuses for bad behavior.
Yeah, but you guys know, like, I really, if you really think about it, because it's so funny, sometimes we have to recognize that we start off life, if you don't have parents that are very progressed in their growth as human beings, we start off life in a state of kind of like being asleep. And so sometimes we say and we do things and we don't even realize the general correlation. So an example is that I was on a live not that long ago, and I was literally saying, you know, somebody was like, we're just like the poor, just like the rich, right? And I was like, well, when you go to your neighbor's house with 30 people and murder them so you can have their house, you're like the rich, right? And I started making correlations like that. When you know, when you decide you're going to bottle soda in your backyard and pollute your neighbor's well, you know, so that you can make a coin, then you're like the rich. But strangely, that is literally the correlation you were making, which is that if they're pushing drugs, they're working like the pharmaceutical companies. If they're, you know, fighting over territory, they're not doing anything that's not being done on a scale that the wealthy do it. They're just doing it on a smaller scale.
Absolutely.
And even though I was making that correlation, you know, to disprove a point, I wasn't able to, like my mindset was just not progressed to a place where I could reach the conclusion that you reached. So I think sometimes people misunderstand things because sometimes we're not in a place to accept the reality of behaviors and actions because we're so conditioned. And I think we all just have to sit back and realize that, like, we're heavily conditioned to think a certain way. And even when the writing's on the wall, it's kind of like when they tell you don't swallow the fluoride when you get your teeth done, but then they tell you to drink fluoridated water. It's like, that doesn't make sense. But, you know, because you're so conditioned, the fallacy in the logic doesn't occur to you. And so there was a fallacy in my thinking. And I think that's what my man likes about you. Like, sometimes he can hear you, like when I'm listening to you and I'm talking to him. And then other times I talk to him about things you said because I've never looked at things in that way. And I think that's what I enjoy most about your channel. I think that's why I'm addicted to your Sleeper Cell series. And that's why I like listening to your lives and your videos and stuff like that, because you come at things from a fresh, unconditioned perspective.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I need to release parts. I want to go ahead and release part 7 through 10, but I'm trying to gauge what is good visibility, because we've got a little, I was trying to, because if I drop a sleeper cell, that is going to take away from the drama that Ja Rule is trying to create. But I feel responsible about, I want to do that sleeper cell. I want to drop it. But I want to put the nail in the coffin on Ja Rule, because I want to expose something, because he's doing something and perpetuating something that could be very dangerous for someone. And I feel responsible, because if you come onto my live stream, especially if you're not a YouTuber, and then all of a sudden somebody's trying to paint a picture of you in a certain light that you're not, because they have an issue, or literally making, the accusations that he was trying to make. I don't know if you watched that live.
No, I didn't bother.
Right. So the beginning of that live, he starts off, and the way that he cut it, or the way that he started it, is accusing Shannon of being a drug dealer. And he, Information Man did too, though, on a live. They called him a drug dealer or whatever. And I don't like that, because when people lie on you and say bullshit like that over the airways, it sticks. You know what I'm saying? And that's just not good, especially when people are working in the public sector. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that's so true. I don't know, like that dude, I'm telling you, I felt like I said, it was 3 lives ago when it really just dawned on me, like the stuff that he was saying just seemed very destructive to me. And I couldn't really understand why he was moving like that. And it seems like in such a short period of time, I think those long lives and him constantly just being exposed over and over again, it revealed something that I sensed in him from the beginning, which is I just didn't really trust him, but for him to mess with people's livelihood like that.
Hold on. I don't mean to fuck up your chat, but I'm going to address something in someone in your chat, one of your wrenches.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you sent me a couple of emails today. If Irene doesn't mind, I'm going to go ahead and read them.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me read these emails because Blessed One may just be a mole. Okay. Give me a second. And so you know, Blessed One, because you were you sent me several emails. And you're fake. You're full of shit. And I'm going to tell you why. So, okay, let me see. Let me find the first one that you sent me. Okay, so first one is, good morning. I'm currently blocked on your channel. I would like to have access the super chat when Cynthia G, Cerulean, and Amiri are on your panel. I contribute monthly to their Patreons. Okay, that's fine, but I knew I recognized your handle. So then right after that, Blessed One sent me another email that said, hang on a second. Constructive criticism, okay? I've been blocked from posting in the chat because I disagreed with you. I created another account so I could comment when people that I support are on your platform, and that one was eventually blocked. It shows me that you value censorship. Just own it and stop slandering Amiri. I don't know Amiri in real life, but I know that I liked his message, and so did Cynthia G. I found his channel via Cynthia G. I don't agree with everything that Cynthia G says, just like Amiri. I'm a happily married Black mother of 3 who's always been there for my extended family. I have my BS in accounting, and I'm currently working that my field part-time. Okay, so that BS didn't come with grammar. Part-time because of my wonderful husband is an excellent provider. You're beginning to look like a bully. I know that a lot of your viewers are okay with this type of behavior. To each his own, but in my opinion, it's not a good look. Okay, let me find the other message that you sent me. Or, you know, that's fine. I think that might be it. But what is really hypocritical about, one of the things that's hypocritical about that message that you sent me was, if you go back the day of the live where he recorded our conversation right after talking shit about you in the chat box, Irene, this Blessed One who you have moderating your channel says, at Nylah Says, I see you in the live chat calling Kenneth a liar when we all know that you are. Your moderators are people that are paying you to be mods and on the panel via Patreon. Also, I know that you said the leftists are trying to censor people, but you do the same. You are the worst kind of hypocrite. I see your hustle. Just don't be disingenuous. I hope that the rest of these YouTubers see who you are. Several have been blocked when they ask logical questions. You are a true disingenuous hustler. You don't have the super chat on because you value censorship and you don't want to Google to get their cut, which is smart. Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about yourself. Not only are you disingenuous, oh yeah, let me get the third one. Not only are you disingenuous, but you are full of shit. You're full of shit. And the thing about it is, you don't know what the fuck was going on behind the scenes. And you're so fucking stupid to be putting your cape on for a man that don't give up, which you might just be him. Who knows? And let me see if I can find your third email. Why the fuck would you be trying to get into my live chat if I'm such trash and I'm disingenuous? Why would you be sending me emails the day after talking shit about me? Why would you be doing that? And you have a BS, I have my MBA, okay? I teach accounting, okay? So not only can I teach you, honey, I could actually instruct you on how to properly address yourself in an email, okay? You're full of shit. You're full of shit. And you're caping for a man that literally talked about the person that you're moderating in a channel for. This person, he talked about her sexually in the chat box. He accused all of us of being drug dealers and accused us of not having jobs. That's who you're protecting. No, bitch, I didn't go to Howard. I went to an Ivy League college, and I went to an HBCU for undergrad, but that doesn't matter. And you didn't have to give me your fucking resume because I don't have a job for you, but you're full of shit. I'm sorry, Irene. But that was bullshit.
No, I was asking Blessed One. So there's two things I want to say. One, Blessed One, Amiri doesn't like me, and I have to say that I personally don't really care for him. I feel like he likes to throw a lot of shade and salt and hate, and he has a lot of opinions about the Black community. But at the same time, he will say that it's hopeless. He will say he doesn't feel an obligation to our youth. And if he gets called on that, then he doubles back on it and goes, no, I'm just about personal accountability, and things like that. I really don't mind helping. So I feel like his rhetoric comes out in different ways, depending on what he thinks people will receive. And I find that to be disingenuous, me personally, about him. And this is the first time I've actually personally said his name, I think, ever.
No, that's not the only place I went to school at, Blessed One. While you stalking bitch. Number one, that wasn't the only place that I went to school. That wasn't the only place that I went to school. But what I find is ironic that you're over here kissing ass and pretending to be an ally, but you didn't have shit to say about him making a video about Irene, did you? But you
so apparently he made a video about me, which I haven't seen, y'all, because several videos have been made about me, but I haven't watched it. But something I did ask Blessed One, and I would love an answer, is you were saying that Nylah is hypocritical in some way. I haven't personally seen that. So what is it that you have to back up that? And
the hustling part. Explain the hustling part too, because there are a few of my Patreons in here. As a matter of fact, the person that told me about Patreon and to get one is in this live chat. The person that actually told me, go get a Patreon and I'll support you, is in this chat now. So tell me what kind of hustling I'm doing. I'm sorry, Irene, but
it's okay. I was just waiting because I'm curious. So I guess those are the two questions. You say that she's hypocritical. I haven't observed that in her personally, and I listen to her channel. And you say that she's hustling, and I really don't know that she's hustling because she spends 8 hours doing lives and she's not even monetized yet. So it's not a hustle for her to spend that much of her time. She's obviously doing that for the passion of the situation. She has
right. There are people like Bayou Bunny knows me personally. Like there are people there are people that are supporting me, that are local, that know me, that know the work that I put into this community. They know it. They know it. There are people out here that know that I spend a couple of days out of the week feeding people's children that don't belong to me. And I don't walk around with the camera putting it on Facebook Live so that I can show everybody. There are people that know that we are organizing kids to get help with homework, teaching them different languages, helping single mothers, helping single dads, advocating for single fathers' rights and stuff like that. So don't you dare tell me I'm hustling when I'm not getting any fucking money out here. You see somebody posting my Cash App link. Do you know I haven't even gotten $100 in donations in the 4 months that I've been here while you running off at the goddamn mouth?
She's saying, so Blessed One,
I'll get her. And that's another thing, you dumb ass. First of all, and my moderators are on this live chat. Asha Walker, Marcel, these are people that are on my Patreon that moderate my channel. Do you often see me do anything, any censoring or deleting of comments or blocking people on my channel? I rarely ever do anything. I stepped in a little bit this time because the trolls were out of control, and I still may have only deleted 3 or 4 people. I don't do that. I don't even moderate my channel because half the time I'm looking at the screen, talking with my hands and shit. So you make up stuff, which makes me think that you may just be him. I'm so sorry that, like, when I see people like that, you're the hypocrite. And because you're dumb and you don't have a channel and you don't know how this works, some of the moderators over-moderate. And they're here, so they can attest to that. Some of them do too much, and I'm constantly telling them to stop censoring people. So for you to sit up there and attack me personally about stuff that I'm not doing, or stuff that why would I be telling people, send me an email if you got blocked, and you see me in my live saying, don't delete people's messages just because they disagree. But if you're going to take shots at me and talk shit about me, you're in my house when you're in my chat. You're not going to talk shit to me. You can disagree with me, but you're not going to talk shit to me. But some of the moderators do too much. And some of them I have found out to be snakes. But you're going to sit up there and attack me, but you have shit to say about this Negro who made a video about Irene, who talked about her sexually and behind closed doors, who took a recorded a conversation that he did not have permission to record, to present it in the wrong light, accuse us of being drug dealers, not having jobs, and all this bullshit. You're full of shit. And see, this is why you guys will say that I'm angry or whatever, because I don't take your bullshit. Now, you're the hypocrite, blessed one. I'm going to shut up now. And I'm going to
no, I understand that. I will say this. I don't think, just for as long as she's been following me, I don't think that she is him. I don't think that. But, and I'm not sure if she's in the chat, anyone. Bless one, are you still in the chat?
No, she's probably going to get him and go and help with the flagging of my channel, which I don't give a fuck. Exactly, Geek Up and Out. Patreon is voluntary. Very voluntary. But see, just like there are people in this chat too that, you know, they were agreeing with him, and that's because most people are one-sided, and a lot of people are not perceptive enough to see what was going on. You saw from the very beginning, Irene, what they were doing. You saw from the very beginning, from the first time we did that panel and the second time, but most people don't see it, and they don't, you know, it's just that critical thinking thing is lost because people don't do it. But I'm going to expose the stupidity.
So I just want to say, everybody in my chat knows that I'm not here to convert you, or that we don't all have to agree. But I will say this. As far as this man is concerned, for those of you that support him, I think it is very important to understand that a person who feels that they have no sort of, they have no reason to be loyal to the community, and hold on. Gab, can you email me, please? And I'll send you a link. Do you have my email address, Gab? I hope you do. Don't say you don't. Nylah, will you send me, Gab, you should have my email address. What am I saying? Yeah.
I can send Gab the link. You want me to send it to him?
Oh, will you send it to him? Thank you. Because
Yeah.
you know I have no tech savviness to me.
Yeah, I'll send it to him.
This is where Nylah runs my chat for me, because I can't even organize this stuff. Okay, y'all, but this is what I'll say. For those of you that support this man, my personal problem with him is, number one, that in a conversation, this is the first time I just thought of a red flag. He was talking about his family and his life and how well he's done being a leader in his household. And I felt it was interesting that a person who claims to be in that position wouldn't offer other young men, or offer young men, advice on how you find a submissive woman, how you lead a household, things like that. Instead, he was saying the Black community is a lost cause, Black women are incapable of being led, but in the same breath, he was saying he was successfully doing just that. And so that seemed very hypocritical to me. And moving on, every time he talked, I really felt like what I kept hearing was that he wanted to disengage from the Black community. He felt no loyalty to the Black, well, not that he felt, he literally said he has no loyalty to the Black community. He should not have to, pay for improvement in the Black community. He feels there is no Black community, but in the same breath, he'll say, we this and we that. And I'm thinking, well, if you're not a part of it, you say it doesn't exist, you have no loyalty to it, you think nothing can be retrieved from it, then who is we? Who is the we that you're referring to? So,
since you're in Highland Park, Illinois, you can meet me at Starbucks. That's what you can do. I can be there. You can meet me at the Starbucks in Renaissance Place. That's what you can do. Since you're in Highland Park, which I doubt that you can afford to be in my zip code, but you can come on.
So this is what I'm going to say. Blessed one, what is the real issue here? Because you've always been cool with me on my channel before I even started doing live chats. But this is what I will say. I will say that this man does not need your support or protection. He really doesn't. And I'm not going to knock you for liking somebody that I personally, like, I find him to be a disgusting person. Like Nylah said, he made a video about me, which I haven't even bothered watching because, one, I just don't have the time for that level of negativity. But two, I know that his only problem with me is that I pointed out the truth about him. And unlike him, I told him how I felt about him to his face. And in front of the chat, I didn't go behind his back and make a video. I don't have nothing to say about this man that I have not said to him personally with him present. And I feel that he lacks integrity to do even that. So I think, just if you would take a step back and put aside whatever issue you think, blessed one, because I'm surprised you're even talking the way that you're talking. Do you know what I'm saying? Considering I've never seen this behavior from you before. Do you know what I mean? And I know that Nylah's not putting anything out there. And even as far as censorship, everybody knows on my channel I don't like to censor, but you guys also know that I have limits.
Right. And if I was censoring, why are there so many comments calling me hood rats and all type of bitches and stuff in my comment section? People are literally calling me names. So, but I'm censoring. And the thing is, that's why I know that this chick has an ulterior motive, and that I think she's actually 10 shades of crazy. Because for her to say all of those comments about me in the comment section Sunday night, and then come back sending me emails early in the morning telling me that she was blocked unfairly, and then follow up with another email, because people who are crazy feel like they're priority and that there's nothing going on but them. So then she sent an email right after that. Oh my God, Crew Reality, just thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, brother. You did not have to do that. I appreciate that though, but you didn't have to do that, bruh. Thank you so much. He just, and that's the thing. Like, see, now I don't want to start getting get teary-eyed or anything like that. But the thing about it is this: like crazy people do. Crazy people are impulsive and compulsive, and they keep doing things over and over again. You send me 3 emails within 5 hours. Like, I ain't running a whole business. Like, I don't have a life. Like, I don't have content to create. And you felt like you being unblocked should be a priority because you're crazy. And you felt like you being unblocked should be a priority after saying that I was a hustler and that I'm so, basically so messed up and using people and stuff like that. I'm not a bully, honey. I'm a regulator. I don't bully. Okay? I don't bully.
Yeah,
I'm a regulator.
I think although Nylah has like a delivery that may rub some people the wrong way, I don't find her to be a bully anyway. I find her to be very straightforward. I definitely don't find her to be a hypocrite. Do you know what I mean? Not like in the least. And as far as a hustler, like I said, she's not getting paid for this life. The stuff that she does.
Like, I'm getting and that's the thing. They all bring up money. I've noticed that with every platform that gets attacked, especially if it's successful, they attack the money. I'm not even getting money. Like, I shudder to think if I keep growing my platform and it does get to a huge viewership and huge, what are they going to make up now? I mean, you have people, it's ridiculous, the stuff that people make up. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No, and you're right to stay away from lames. That man has a lot of issues. He really, really does. Blessed one, we'll have to talk about this. I think I can convert you. I don't think that she is him. And she's been cool. I don't even know that she's crazy. But what I will say is this is we have to talk about this because I feel, okay, that's fine, Gab. 5 minutes is fine. What I'll say is that I wouldn't trust him. Bless one. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I knew that he was rubbing me the wrong way. And the other night when he was recording a private conversation and then edited and exposed that, before I knew that he made a video about me, I didn't trust him. You know how you just know about people? You just know that something's wrong with people, and something is wrong with him. Something is very wrong with him, y'all. And so I would just encourage you to just really take a step back. And here's the thing about videos, you guys. I always told you guys, like, I wouldn't be staging stuff for you guys. And the thing about videos is that people can make videos to pander to what they think people want to hear all day. But what I love about lives is that if a person, thank you so much, Vaban. Now, why would you have a name that I can't pronounce? Schwartzwald? Aw, thank you so much. I will be encouraged. I think that it's very important that you guys understand that just because a person makes a video that resonates with you, it's really important that you go to their panels. I haven't made my liked videos public, but every time I do a panel, I like the video and see if that person's rhetoric is consistent across the board. Because people can be fake in a video that they can edit and re-record. But eventually who a person is, that comes out. That comes out in their conversation. That comes out when things are not staged. And I think that it's truly, truly important that you measure what you're seeing on this man's channel with the words that come out of his mouth. Because he tried that with me the last time I was on Nyla's panel the other day. Right before he went into that slimy crap, recording private conversations between us all and things like that. He tried to slither his way out of something that he genuinely said. And I was like, no, don't make it about the one sentence. Your rhetoric was going for that whole life. You took that stance for the whole life. And somebody in the comment section that might have actually been him was like, well, you should see his channel, this and that. And that's what I told them. I said, I've never looked at this man's channel. I'm judging him based on my personal interaction with him during these few lives. And I see that he's a flip-flopper. I see that he is not consistent. I see that he doesn't seem to have, I don't know what his view is because his view changes with the wind. It changes with the voice of the chat. It changes with the pushback that he's getting, you know? And so be careful because everybody on YouTube is not real. Everybody is some people are just here for a coin to make a name for themselves. Some people are dysfunctional and then they got a camera and their dysfunctionality gets, you know, spread out to the real world. And I feel like he is one of those people. I honestly feel that way. I get a bad vibe from him. And based on what he's doing now, which is trying to flag down channels of somebody that put him on, mind you, because Nylah put him on. Nobody really liked him. He's full of crap. But she has a diversity. I don't know if you do that on purpose, Nylah. Do you try to have like diversity in the people that you represent in the channel?
Yes, because even though like I may not, I'm sorry. I think one of us has an echo.
Oh, hold on. I shouldn't. Let me see. I should have had an echo.
My thing is, I don't. Okay.
Is it me or is it you?
I think it's when you might need to mute when I'm talking. I'm not sure. Okay. So here's the thing. I don't think that everybody on the panel has to agree. I think that's why the panels are, as they say, lit. Because if we all are agreeing with the same points, yes, it feels good and it looks like we're being, you know, all dignified and courteous, but that's not a real in-depth discussion. You can't begin to do critical analysis of any subject or even get to understand a person's personality or their delivery. Like, I know my delivery comes off fucked up. This is why when you get into these in-depth conversations, you will begin to see, like, people say stuff like, oh, she has a strong personality. I bet she runs her man. I bet she does this. when you get into someone's head for that, especially if you're talking for 8 hours straight, you are going to be consistent to who you are, because you are not going to be able to be fake for 8 hours every day. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be able to get into heated discussions like that and be fake. The real you is going to unveil. And our personalities are multifaceted. We have many layers to it. And who we are beneath all of that will shine when we're under pressure. This is why this guy was exposed. This is why this epic meltdown is happening. Because when you are under pressure, and you're having your intellect challenged and your rhetoric challenged, and you're not being real, it destroys you. You melt down. But I think that we should see, we have communities with all different kind of people. We have Pookies and Ray Rays. We have people like Amir. We have the Obsidians. We have the Tommies. We have the Irenes. We have the Nylas. We have the Cynthias. And we're all Black, and we all are in this community sharing space, and we all have to find a way to get along and to at least understand. Because I don't even, I want to understand people, because sometimes you don't understand that person, and you don't speak their language. But if you listen to them long enough, you might realize that they're not just that bad. And you might just be able to see that there's something underneath the layers. Like underneath this dude's layers, I see bipolar disorder and clinical depression. So, you know what I'm saying? I'll go on mute so it doesn't, I'm done.
Yeah, I definitely think there's an issue there. I definitely do. And like I said, to him personally, again, because while he's off making videos and trying to flag down Nyla's channel and, chopping up conversations and recording private stuff that was not aired and lying on people and saying that, they're engaged in illicit activity and things like that, while he is doing that stuff, everybody has brought it to him openly and directly to him. And he lacks the integrity to even do that. He really, really does. He lacks the integrity to even do that. So I do see that there is a problem there. And I would just say, hi, Lewis, to back things up, again, I don't have to like everybody that you guys support, but it is critical that we not poison our environment with individuals who are disingenuous, who are volatile, who aren't about crap. He's not about anything. And he is proving that over and over and over. And something is definitely wrong with him. Something is definitely wrong with him. That part I'm sure about. And for him to turn, I don't even understand why he turned on Nylah. Nylah didn't even do anything to him. I think you're literally one of the only people that didn't really say anything crazy about him on the panel, right?
He didn't. He just, I think that, I don't know why. I don't know why he did that, actually. He called me a liar. And I think it's because he realized, because he has all of those accounts, and he made a mistake and showed his hand. And he said that he was going to make a bunch of accounts if I blocked one. And, when he was talking, he has a certain kind of rhetoric. He says the same thing. And he says stuff that, most men don't say. He uses words that a lot of feminists use. And he kept using it over and over. I mean, at first I thought I was being, kind of like just suspicious. But then my entire chat, like the mods recognized who he was. People that were in the comment section, they were like, that's him. It just became, and so then he started with it's people have certain patterns. Like the first fallout was after the live chat ended and he did what he did, he said the stuff about you, and then he records a conversation, and then he goes, and does the other stuff, and, that compulsive behavior. And then this is one of the things that people don't pay attention to. Like when he went on a Facebook to share that message where he was basically, and I want to have it because I'm going to be live a little bit and I'm going to discuss it. But he went on Facebook and he shared a partial message of an inbox to make it seem like Shannon was saying something about his own daughter. and he didn't post the entire message. So he said it, he asked the ladies, he said, hey ladies, is it okay for a Black man to call young girls cunts and this kind of stuff? Now, if he was being sincere and he wasn't pandering to the crowd, why would he say ladies? He would just say, hey people, or hey guys, you know what I'm saying? But he specifically said, hey ladies, because he knows how women are about, you know, certain buzzwords. So, so then of course he got all the ladies riled up. No, that's not right. That's not right. And then he says, well, yeah, well, Nylah Says friend does that. Nyla's a fraud. And then he posted the messages in partiality to say, well, look what this guy says, but he didn't tell them, and he isn't quantifying the fact that he attacked his daughter the day before. And there's other stuff in the messages, and people that he just kicked out, admins of his group. He kicked out people that were questioning him, because people with critical thinking skills could tell that he was posting a partial part of the message. And so everybody that questioned him, he blocked them and kicked them out. And so he used to have another co-host, a lady named Kendra. He did the same thing to her. He exposed private messages between she and him and drug her to filth on Facebook. You know, this is what this guy does. And if you think about it, he's attacking my platform, but it was Shannon offered to slap him in the mouth, but you didn't attack Shannon. You got off that live and you attacked Irene. Shannon is the one that responded, you know, you basically, you know, he did. He said, well, your daughter's dumb. And he said a whole bunch of stuff about her because he was, you know, calling him out of something. And I know exactly what he was doing, but I keep telling people I don't get into men's fights and shit, because I know that it looks bad and it's worse if women get in the middle of it. So I didn't get into it, but he doesn't quantify all the stuff that he said about Shannon's daughter on the live. You know what I'm saying? And he just made all of these, posts and all this stuff to try and sway public opinion. And that's what he does, because he knows he's wrong. Just like he's trying to make it seem like you're a liar. And he brought up, you know, your past relationship because he's trying to, you know, I guess build an audience, which is why I called him Ja Rule. Ja Rule had to use women to come up. He used Cynthia to get subscribers. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody gave a damn. He got stagnant and he wanted popularity. So then he switched his whole thing, wanted to be a part of the manosphere, just like Ja Rule switched his style to try to compete with 50. 50 crushed his career and we're never hearing from him again. That's the same thing with him. I'm going to put this nigga in a coffin. I'm going to go on mute.
Hi, Gab.
Hey, how y'all doing? I came in about, I guess, 15 minutes ago. I've been on and off ever since. It sounds like y'all are, like the stuff is still continuing from Nyla's call a couple nights ago. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you know, because, you know, when I was like in the private chat, I was like, he's tight. So after that, he went nuts. Yeah,
with the text and stuff.
Yeah, well, no, he recorded the conversation that was going on.
Oh yeah, and put it on his channel. I saw some of that. I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw some of it
at all. And now he's going after Nylah, just like very emotional.
Like still?
Yeah, no, he's still on it.
I speak personally to Cynthia. I don't have to ask her anything, honey.
Man, people really goddamn
I actually talked to her today.
No, one of my moderators is like is a fan of his channel. And I've been trying to explain to her, because there are probably other people on my channel who will listen to this video on the playback and who are, you know, who like his channel. First of all, I don't like the word fan, because we should not be a fanatic of anything or anyone. He's just a person. But I think it's really important to point out that his rhetoric is dangerous. And at the end of the day, if a person is not consistent, it's one thing, we all evolve as people, but if your evolution is happening like within a conversation and then flip-flopping again within a conversation, then that's problematic. And like, we just have to be careful of that. And also, just the damage that he's trying to do just across YouTube, I think is like pretty crazy. and inappropriate. And that part I don't really like. And I personally wasn't going to give him any attention. I haven't watched his videos. I've never, not one time, been to his channel. The only thing I've said about him, I've said to his face, because it's how I really feel, you know? And I feel like a person that can't even give me the same respect I gave them, which is, if you have an issue with me, you can lay your issue with me out when we're speaking. You don't have to go and do anything. You don't have to make videos. You don't have to be funny. The same thing with Nylah. He was invited onto her platform and then he comes for her. But why? Because everybody doesn't like him and his point of view, but she gave him a platform. And so it really speaks to his nature. And that's what I told him in the private chat. I said, what you're doing and your words say more about you than it will ever say about anybody else. Like, the way you're moving it's not reflecting on anybody but you.
I get it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Gab.
No, I was saying I get it. You can finish your statement.
I just want to say something, because Blessed One seems to think that I'm making this up. You were there in that back office live hangout when it ended. Did he not accuse us of not having jobs and being drug dealers?
And then I want to ask y'all, what, I don't know about him, but what's the end game for you guys?
What do you mean? What's the end game for us? You need to ask him what's his end game. My end game is what he can make the end game. He just said, go ask him what it's going to be.
Wait, what do you mean the end game?
Will.
What, Gab?
Yeah, no, I am. I'm gonna try to talk to him too.
Right. If you want to have a conversation about my end game, it's not going to be right here. But if you want to know an end game, I didn't start this.
No, wait a minute. No, I'm not accusing you of starting it. I'm just trying. You know my spirit now. Mine is one of trying to figure out where the actual end game goes. Now I know that you got to address the things that is on the table right now. It's just disheartening to me that it's continuing this way. And so I will ask him, you know, what's the end game of all of this? I think when we all started YouTube channels, that I'm sure that this was not the goal, but it happens. Shit happens.
My goal was to do commentary about the things that I do commentary on, and to talk about my politics, worldviews, and to do panel discussions with multiple personalities. That was my goal.
Mm-hmm. No, I know, and that's what I know. Like I knew just by listening to you that this was really not a part of it, but stuff happens, and I'm saying, like, after we air this out, like, I'm trying.
Wait, Gab, something went wrong. I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I think his connection, he might be on.
He don't want to.
Right, and the thing is, pneumonis Ray, some of that you need to watch and pay attention, because there's things you guys aren't paying attention to. Sometimes it's a response. And just because some people politely disrespect you, like, you can try and politely disrespect me, but I'm going to savagely disrespect you back. And that's what we saw happening.
And I just have to say, on my end, I never disrespected him. I just simply pointed out what he said. And just to address what Gab said, because I know his reception isn't the best to talk right now, but everybody knows. Oh, what'd you say, Gab?
Asking, did you hear me yet?
Oh, yeah, now I can hear you. To answer your question, for those of you who watch my channel, you know that I would like to see what happens in the virtual realm move into the real world. I think that it's really important that we harness the power that we have here on social media, and that we do things that are effectual in our real environment. So, and that's one of the things, like I said, I've set up my Patreon, but I haven't revealed it to you guys yet, that I talk about is doing things where we get together in person, where we all meet together in person. I think that is super important. And as far as this whole situation with old boy, I I don't care about him. He was making videos about me and things like that. And when I found out, I still didn't go to his channel. But what I do have a problem with is when he moves it to the sphere where he's recording people and attempting to sabotage people who have helped him. I think that part is unfair. And I think at the end of the day, we can agree to disagree. And everybody knows that I'm a big fan of that. I don't have to agree with everybody. A lot of people give me issue for being cool with Tommy or being cool with O'Shea. And the thing is that I don't feel that I need to convert or agree with people. I like to look at the positive things in people and deal with that, because I feel that when we focus on people's positive aspects, we can help grow those things in them and reveal the best of individuals. And so, anybody who watches my channel, you should know, like, that's what I'm all about. Like, I'm okay with us having different viewpoints. But what I'm not okay with is sabotage and intentional harm to other people. I think that's where I draw the line.
No, I agree. I definitely agree with that. And I seen some of the back chat and stuff that was going on, and I really didn't care for all of that. And I feel like I did feel like y'all was being aggressed upon. If I'm going to analyze brother in any way, friend, it's definitely from afar, and we talking about a Mary, I think, right? To make sure that's what we talking about. Hello?
Yeah, we are. I never address him. Y'all know.
Oh, okay. No, I just want to make sure I'm talking about the right person.
Oh, yeah,
yeah. Yeah, like, y'all could have been talking about, I'd be all wrong and shit. So, I hear that the brother got his own little way about thinking about females. He feel like y'all are a problem. And, he's trying to make his points in clear enough so that people will accept it. And I think it's irritating to him that people don't see it. And it makes them upset. And so I just what really is getting to me is the level that he's taking it, the level of passive aggressiveness that I see in this whole matter. So I ain't gonna go in too thick without talking to him directly, if he want to entertain any of this. But for me, the reason I was asking was the end game. I wanted to know what would you guys like to see the end of this be, like, ultimately. Is that question too big? Is that question kind of too early right now?
What? Can you repeat the question?
What you would like the end of this to be? Would it be an apology? Would it be an apology? Like, usually when you starting to deal with something like this, you have in your mind what you want the end game to be. Like for me, I'd be like, nah, somebody owe me an apology, or I want to see a change in position, or I want some reconciliation, or hey, we just through. I'ma just diss the nigga for the rest of my till I get tired. And I'm just asking y'all that so I can know who I'm talking to on this phone right now.
I personally, for me, I think that wherever he stands on things is where he stands. But I think for me, the taking it past, when we do a panel, we may all disagree. We may even have an issue or not like what's said to us on a panel. But I think when you start to accuse people of doing things that could get them put in jail, I think when you start to tear down things that people build, like, I would just like to see him be himself. You know what I mean? Like, be yourself and don't try to drag other people because they don't approve of what you're presenting. I think a lot of this could be solved with him just truly revealing himself. Like, what are your beliefs and ideas? Not what sells best on YouTube, not what is going to make you popular, because there's a lot of stuff I say that doesn't make me popular. But, I would like to just see him embrace and be himself, because I don't have an issue with him. My only issue with him is that I noticed that I never met him. I don't know who he is. He never brought himself to the table. He brought what he thought people wanted to receive to the table. And that would be my hope for him just as a human being. But if he
Okay.
never comes to that place, then leave everybody alone. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Don't be fake and then at the same time try to destroy other people because you're upset that somebody has pointed out, mind you, directly to you, that your behavior is a little bit questionable. If that's the case, just separate yourself from the situation. Don't speak on anybody's name and do you. And people who are, oblivious to fakery or people who are comfortable with how you move, they can choose to engage with him. But I think the sabotage part has to stop. The attacks on
Yeah.
people have to stop. That's where it becomes inappropriate. And, we can be who we want to be in this world, right?
Right.
But for him as a human being, I'd want to see him be himself. I want to see him bring himself to the table. And so that we can respect him. Because, like I said, it's not even his views that I take qualm with. It's that I don't know his views because he's very flip-flop.
Okay, that's why you kicked. I was getting ready to ask you, why is it that you don't think you're seeing him?
Yeah, because of the inconsistency. Do you know what I mean? It's
Okay.
like when one view is popular, and I was noticing that, like, because Nylah's panels are long, and so
Yeah.
after 3 panels with this man, I was like, where does he stand really? Because I noticed that if one view is popular, he stands there, and then if somebody points something out or disagrees with him, then he's like, well, that's not really. I really think this is what I really think. And then
Okay.
also, when we're having discussions about solutions, and I'm very solution oriented, when you have a solution, but you don't want to provide it, you just want to perpetuate the negativity, I really question people who do that. I don't feel like we're working for the good of the people around us when we're given the opportunity to present a positive aspect or a solution. And all you want to, and that's why I always go back to, his interaction when he's talking about men and women and how a lost cause Black women are and things like that. And I'm like, that's odd to me because you are saying you have successfully for almost 2 decades navigated a relationship with a Black woman. Why wouldn't you share your knowledge and what you've learned from that experience to provide a solution? When you choose to say that it's a lost cause and Black women simply won't be submissive and won't be this and won't be that when you've experienced different, rather than share a positive aspect, then I start to question, like, why are you here? Are you only here to do damage? And, for people who want to deal in positivity, it's okay to point out negative things,
Yeah.
but it's not okay to dwell on them. Like, eventually we have to move past that into things that help people grow if you really care about the good of people. And if you don't care, then me personally, that's a person I don't want to interact with because I'm not trying to poison people that are listening. Everybody's at a different stage in growth.
No, I agree. No, I was saying that I agree. I agree. So let me ask you this: like, do you feel like the response surround like other people that was involved with it, and I guess that would actually include myself, has been what it should be with respect to all that has gone on? Is that something that you guys are pleased with or displeased with?
Well, I'll let Nylah answer this too, but I felt like yesterday I kind of reached my precipice with it. And that's why I literally said on the panel, why are we all sitting here pretending like we need to explain to this man or we don't understand how he moves?
Yeah.
And I think yesterday people started to address him on how he makes moves and what he was saying. And that's what pushed him over the edge because it wasn't just me pointing it out at that point. It was being pointed out in the chat. It was being pointed out on the panel. And so I was satisfied with, at the end of the day, again, it's like if somebody's on crack, not to leave your purse around them. They can't do house sit for you. You can still love the person. Do you know what I'm saying? But if you want to be fake and hide who you are, that's a problem. So I was satisfied with I didn't like the pretending part. I felt like either everybody was missing or we were all pretending and being nice.
Well, yeah, because it's that whole thing about when people are disrespectful, politely disrespectful. like this one person who is obviously either probably one of his little minions or whatever. When people are politely disrespectful to people and the other person isn't passive aggressive, Shannon's aggressive. Ja Rule is passive aggressive. So when Ja Rule says, you know, takes little side shots that maybe the audience doesn't know about, Shannon's very perceptive. So he responds to it. And then if you go back and watch the playback, if you watch it with an unbiased mindset, and I think Irene did it both times, because you caught it first, Irene, what was going on. You will see, and I think Gab noticed it, you kind of see who was really the starter of the bullshit, even though, you know, Shannon did have his points where he was being fucked up too. We all, you know, at some point, with the exception of Irene and Gab, I would say, you know, got, you know, a little beside ourselves sometimes. But I just want to say one thing that I think is completely disrespectful too. Blessed One, you should not be advertising his channel with the wrench in your hand. I know this is Irene's chat or whatever, but that's disrespectful. You should not be advertising that man's channel with a wrench in your hand. Like, is he gonna, that's absolutely ridiculous. But I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here because I need to get some dinner made.
Yeah.
This
Like, I hope,
ridiculous.
try to, I hope this ain't the end
Ja
of.
Rule and Shannon aren't buddies. That's an analogy. Ja Rule is the person who will never, yeah, I'm speaking about him, you idiot, but you're also on the channel of the person who he has attacked. He attacked her so disrespectfully, sexually, and he attacked her and made a video about her. So this is her space. So it is very disrespectful. That's why I said that you are a fucking retard. You're crazy. Just like I thought. Because if you don't have the sense enough to see that that's disrespectful to advertise for another channel in her live chat, you are fucking idiots. You are. That's very disrespectful. And that's like you move wrong. Yes, Kiki Brown, sexually. He accused her of gorging on somebody else's penis and all this kind of stuff. Oh, I'm gonna expose it. So just put your notifications bell on. So,
are you doing that video tonight, Nylah?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But that, you know, absolutely. And I want to put this to bed. And so to answer your question, Gab, my end game is I don't want to be bothered. I will never invite him to another panel. And I mean, goes without saying. I'm going to continue to do panels with people that I don't agree with.
Yeah.
Because, you know, sometimes, just like Gab says all the time, you can do a panel or discussion with somebody that you don't agree with and end up agreeing with them and not realize that you were going to. So there's always going to be different people. And the stuff happens so organically. Yesterday, it was organic. Mona Simone comes up there. And she, you know, I don't agree with homosexuality and lesbianism and all that kind of stuff. That's not my thing. But she got up there and she was like, well, yeah, and she explained her perspective of how she loves Black men and we need to support them and we need to protect their image. Should I deny her the right to say that? Should I not treat her with respect because of who she sleeps with? No, because she's been kind to me and she's been respectful. I've always said that my stance on that is that it is not supposed to trump your Blackness. While I will not go into any movements to support or, you know, I won't get into any movements that's centered around homosexuality or LGBT. I will protect any Black person under the guise of being Black. But I draw the line behind that. I won't get into your social and religious, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So stuff happens organically. My channel, outside of my regular content, which will make up the rest of it, will be panel discussions from people that have different perspectives and people that I don't agree with. And that's just the way it's going to be. And if people don't like that, you know, they can kick rocks, but that's what it's going to be. So all of the people that like to come to my channel and tell me who can't come on and who shouldn't be there, don't tell me who to have on my couch. Yeah, don't do that.
That's ridiculous to me, to try to tell people who to have on their panels. But no, I understand you now. I know you gotta move on. I guess if Irene is going to continue, I'll continue to chop it up with her over the subject matter.
Chop it up with me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I promise I'm gone. See, Blessed One, I'm glad that you feel like I'm speaking about someone who's not here to defend themselves. That's what he was doing about me and about Shannon. And that's why Shannon was given that link to defending himself. And then what happened? You guys didn't like it, did you? See, that's what happens. So if you didn't come to say, hey, Nylah, hey, Pookie, they're over there showing off a conversation and talking about you guys. If you didn't do that on Sunday night, you're full of shit. You're trash.
Well, and I have to say that, remember, Blessed One, he did make a video about me. And he and I have been on panels together. And everything I have said about him today, let's be clear, I said to him. And the lives are on Nyla's channel. I'm not saying anything today that he has not personally heard me say directly to him specifically. And that's a courtesy he has not given me. So definitely, it's not about him being here to defend himself. He knows how I feel because I addressed him directly in person. So I think I don't want any sort of misinterpretation on my channel as far as if I'm speaking on somebody who's unaware of how I feel, because over the course of 3 lives that lasted 6 to 8 hours apiece, he knows exactly how I feel. And he had an opportunity to speak to me on that, and he chose not to. He chose instead to go to his channel and make a video and upload it with regard to me instead of speaking to me directly. But anyway, Nylah, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. And I will be listening later.
Okay, take care. Bye, Gab.
Peace now.
Okay.
So, Gab, what are you up to on your channel these days?
A little bit of everything. Tonight I got Dr. Wesley Muhammad from the Nation of Islam on there. Pretty
what is he
pretty
going to be
insight.
speaking on?
I'm sorry.
I said, what is he going to be speaking on?
Oh, his latest book, a little bit about everything really, with respect to his journey from atheism to the Nation of Islam, and his latest book, The Feminization of the Black Man. And we'll get into what that book is examining, which is how a feminization of the black male is scientific, that is through propaganda, is through various tactics are used to effeminize, and we'll get into what he means by that, how even certain drug use, there are things in it that emasculates men. So we'll get into that a little bit more deep. And then his journey in particular is very insightful, and I think a lot will. He has a PhD in I think a historian in religion. He's a historian of religion. That's what he. Excuse me, somebody is sleeping through this light. I'm driving, but yeah. So we'll be getting into a lot of that and what his journey is like in the nation right now as a student minister of Minister Farrakhan. So it should be pretty interesting, I think. But your subject matter is still interesting to me right now because it's a lot of disrespect going on YouTube. And there's some real harshness of brothers to women too. I was on another channel, I think it was LMP's station the other night. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was sounding alone up in here. But I was on LMP's station, Life Machine Power, and there was a brother there who was being like really, really disrespectful towards black women and the black community in general. So it's some real passive aggressive behaviors with respect to that. And I think we might need, this is why we need community, so that we can figure out strategy and how we're going to deal with things that are disrespectful to us as a community. But we first have to agree that we are a community and that there will be some standards. You know what I mean? And we got to be strong about what it is that we profess, that we believe in. I'm not talking about creating a cult. but creating some tenets that we can live by as Black YouTubers. This is a new world for us, and we have to figure out how we will navigate and how we will protect, because people's reputations, people's spiritual energy is being attacked, and it makes you feel some type of way. I don't know about you, but as a YouTuber, I feel some shit when somebody give me a little slick, fucked up comment, or and I don't understand where they coming from. I feel it. It does have an impact. It ain't no sticks and stones will break my bones, and words won't hurt. That shit does hurt sometimes, and so I uh, I feel like we have to strategize in some way to deal with things that impact us. And for the brother at hand that was being mentioned, um, I don't know him like really. I think I just saw the most of him right there on Nyla's channel for the last couple. I don't know, was it 2 weeks, over 2 weeks period? I saw some of what he was trying to get out. I was really intensely listening to try to figure out what it is he ultimately wanted to get out. And I'm not sure that I hear it all yet, because there was a lot. He was getting a lot of feedback right there on the spot, and I felt like he was getting it because people knew him. But personally, I still don't know him, so my position is going to be moderate, in that I'm a moderate person usually anyway, pretty conservative. Uh, but it'll be moderate until I actually know more, until that some of I'll tell you this much, some of the comments made, stuff that I seen is foul to me, like off the break. And if I had to make decisions based on just in what I've seen thus far, it wouldn't be good decisions with respect to the brother. Um, but I'm not done examining the situation. I'm gonna give it some of my energy because I see it as something that we may have to contend with. Because, as I said, YouTube is our world. It's a new world where Black people are meeting each other and you know engaging each other quite a bit, and I see in a lot of ways it can be really, really productive. So um, I'm still looking at everybody I'm combing everybody with a fine tooth comb, if that's a way to put it, so that I can make good decisions. And so I don't, sometimes I come off like I'm interrogating the situation, because the truth is I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? You don't know me. And I know Nyla from listening to Nyla on the thing. You know what I mean? And I come up with something that makes me think, hey, this is great. This person is great. And we go with that, you know what I mean? Until situations arise, and then we can know each other a little better. And so I treat that with a great deal of care as I move forward and trying to make connections with people online. So and I try to be fair about it. So I'm kind of so you might not see me go hard on something, like maybe some people might want me to, because it's just a part of my nature. I'm pretty patient. I understand our condition in America have made many of us aggressive. Many of us have been made, really crazy, functionally crazy, and that's it. That's my point for now. You can come on back in and say something to me.
Well, I think, I'm not really, I don't know that there is on YouTube, y'all. I made a video on this. I feel like sometimes I make videos, and the videos that I care about the most are not the most popular videos, which is unfortunate. But I talk to you guys about how online works, and that the way that being online works is it is meant to do micro adjustments to your personality and your belief systems. And I cited an interview where I put in clips of a man who helped develop this and who felt it had gotten out of hand. And so, you know, I feel like as far as, you know, in interactions with the two sexes, we have on one side feminists, we have the MGTOW people, the people that can't have sex, we have the gays, we have all of these people that come in and they are trying to divide or put lines between the sexes. And the thing is that we are made for each other. Women are made for men and men are made for women. And I feel like it is really important that we move past these divisions so we can focus on what's really going on in this world. You know, this is not about skin color. This is not about what sex a person is. This is not about any of that. We have a system right now where we have a group of people that are extremely rich to the point where money is actually, it means nothing, who are controlling individuals on a smaller scale. And so when I talk about me wanting to move this thing into the real world, and I talk about future plans of being able to meet with you guys in real life, I bring this up to say that it is fine to be distracted. If you need to be distracted, you feel that's where you need to be. It's fine to listen to YouTube and things like that. But I guess for me, where I draw the line is, you know, the internet is built to pander to your negativity. And we want to be careful about exposing ourselves to people who spew negative rhetoric. And honestly, when we're in a state of passive listening, which is why you notice I like to talk to you guys, right? I like to ask you guys what you want to talk about, what you're thinking. Because when you're in a passive state, what ends up happening is that you are only assimilating information. And assimilation is only good for regurgitation or extraction, right? It's no different than eating a meal. It's a mental meal. And you will regurgitate out of your mouth what you hear, or you'll extract it. And so I think that we have to be careful when we are exposed to these ideas. I don't know about all of you guys, because I know that I'm like, yeah, King Common Sense, you're either positive or negative. That is so true. Like, there's nothing in the middle of that. There's no gray area in this life. You are either a negative person. Go ahead, Gab.
Let's explore that for a second.
Yeah.
Because there's what is, and then there's perception of what is. So I may not be skilled in communication, and so everything comes off the wrong way. It may come off negative. How do you draw your conclusions, and how long does it take to draw that conclusion about a 50-year-old man?
Yeah, so this is what I think. I think that for me, I've always, me personally, right? Hi, Get Wrecked. I think for me personally, I always look for the good in people. I really do. This is why I got a lot of pushback and negativity for dealing with Tommy Sotomayor. I give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove differently. And what I recognize is that we all have different life experiences. We all have different pain. We're all coming from different places. But there are two types of people. See, negative isn't just like, I hate you, I don't like this, da 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 da. Negative is also a person that is so damaged that if you offer them the space to be safe and open, they are incapable of stepping into it. And so I will give people the opportunity to step into it. So in the conversation of the person we were speaking of, the first time I approached him, I said, well, it's interesting that you've been successful in this area, but you've not chosen to share that. Don't you think it would be a better choice, instead of saying it's a hopeless situation, to share how you've managed your success so that people can glean from that? That was my approach. I created a safe space where I voiced honestly how I felt and gave an opening for them to be better, to choose to share something that they said that they possess that could be valuable to others.
Right.
But
Could it
if
be an issue of trust?
Well, in that case, I would say not, right? Because I'm not asking you to share personal, intimate details. I'm just saying, you know, when I looked for my wife, I looked for this. When I did this, I looked, you know what I'm saying? Like it's
do,
that.
but here's the thing that I'm getting at. Like when I say could it be an issue of trust, meaning that somebody tried to get me to get off message or lower my guards so that possibly I can be taken advantage of again. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's the case for this brother, but I know with people, often I don't care how nice you are sometimes, you know what I mean? It's like trying to meet a lady who has, you know, grown not to trust men. You know what I mean? Like, so no matter how nice he tries to come off, because the last dude came off smooth and nice too. And he became, at the end of the day, when I dropped my guards and began to trust, they became something that exactly who I thought they would be. So I do believe that there are brothers who have adopted the same kind of thing. Like I've been burned enough too, right? And so they may even take offense to you trying to get them to drop their guards, trying to be that smooth operator because they might feel like they see you coming. You know, we're men, but we're not always above that kind of emotional reactionary kind of position, depending on what our path has been. And so these things are this is sometimes deeply psychological damage that's done to us, you know, and approaching it and figuring out the best ways to handle it. Like you just laid out a way of trying to handle that, trying to disarm yourself so that somebody has a safe space. But sometimes it takes the timing is not there. You know
Well,
what I
and
mean?
that's why I said that there are two different types of negative person, right?
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's the type that's just negative for real, and there's the type that no matter what you offer them, they can never come to positivity. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's why I said there's two ways. There's the
Okay.
malicious way, and there's the person that's just so damaged that they can't. And that's why I led with that. But
Does that make them, does the damaged person, the one that in the case where the person is damaged, are they really negative?
yes, I would say
Okay.
so. Do you know what
Okay.
I mean? Because even if we do something unintentionally, it still ends up being that way. Do you know what I mean? And see, this is what I mean about like personal growth and
Bottom
things like
line.
that.
You dealing with the bottom line.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I said you dealing with the bottom line, the net results.
Right, because
Okay.
we can end up in the same place many different ways. And I'm not negating the ways that we end up there. But at the end of the day, right, if I'm trying to accomplish something or grow with a person and they can't grow, I
Right.
can acknowledge why they can't, why they're stunted in their growth, but it won't change the fact that they're stunted in their growth. Now,
Right.
it can make me more empathetic to their situation, right? I can be more empathetic because, you know, I recognize that they're just not a bad person, but that they're a hurt person. But a hurt person is sometimes more dangerous. That's why in our last panel, I was saying, and I'm just using him as an example because it's something we both can relate to because we were present. I was saying there's the one brother who's consistent with where he stands. I don't agree with him, but at least he's consistent. Like, I just know it's backward thinking, and I'm not personally, I don't approve, but it is what it is.
Okay.
And then there's the other brother who is just everywhere. Now, the conclusion is the same, right?
Okay.
And I can respect the process that a person takes to get there, but it doesn't change it. And in life, we have to recognize that. Is that, you know, people are damaged to different levels, and there's nothing, sometimes, you know, I was in a relationship once. You guys know I'm always sharing little stories with you guys.
Yeah.
The relationship I was in before the one I'm in now, so I was married for a long time, and then I was in a relationship for 3 years. No, 4 years. And he was a compulsive liar. Compulsive liar. I don't know in the chat if you guys have ever dealt with somebody that was a compulsive liar. And I knew that he was lying. And see, here's the thing about love, y'all. When you love a person, you love them despite the things that are wrong with them. And a lot of people have never experienced love before. So no matter what you do to let them know, like, you don't have to lie to me, because I know you're a liar and I still love you. And when you tell me the truth, I will still love you, because this choice is not based on what you're doing. This choice is based on the fact that I love you as a person, period. I know you're not perfect. And no matter how many times I brought that to them, literally, because I'm the kind of person where I will tell you literally how I feel. I don't need you to investigate. I don't want you to have to figure out or read my mind. I want to let you know where I'm at so that you can be safe there. But some people, you can never make them safe enough, because it's such a mind-blowing thing to believe a person that they have grown to a place where they really will accept you. But at the end of the day, the relationship could not work because I can't move past where you're stuck. It just, period. So you could have been beating my head in. I can't move past where you're stuck. You can be incapable of accepting love. I can't move past where you're stuck. Maybe you can never tell the truth, no matter how many times I tell you it's okay. I accept you, but you're stuck. At the end of the day, if you're stuck, I must move on. And so I think sometimes we have to recognize that about people. All we can do is bring our best self to the table and give people the space to be their best self. That's all we can do as human beings.
Yeah, that's what can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what a relationship is, man. Like, you know, I'm always talking about my marriage and whatnot, and that's what it is. It's two people continuously creating acceptance for one another, the best of us and the ugliest of us. You know what I mean? And you find out what you're made of year after year, challenge after challenge, and either you get stronger and you begin to address some of the things little by little, or things eat a person away a little at a time. And as we approach each other, strangers, even on YouTube, we're strangers completely, and we're trying to build relationships. You know what I'm saying? And you know, some of us have, so like all of us, we have so much baggage, and so some of us are born in a certain kind of way where you can take plenty. Some of us have learned to take plenty. Some of us can't take anything at all. And so this is not a safe space at all. If you really think about it, it takes time. Like, you come on to Irene's show and she creates a safe space within the hour that you're talking to her. Okay. But then you see Irene on another channel, and you see a different side of that same Irene, and you go from space to space, and the level of safety, I guess, is different. And Irene might have to come out of her bag and show people something every now and then about who she is. And so there are people watching the different levels of the different parts of Irene come to the table. And we hope that we got a good grasp on who you are. And so what I'm saying is that it's really, really difficult, and it takes a lot of time to get there. So the reason that I use as much patience that I have for us is just because of that understanding. And I'll continue to do that. And what I don't want to do is disrespect. I don't like that reaction, and that will make me step back from. I won't throw you in the trap, but I will step. You're not ready to engage me on what I consider civilized. Now, what we consider civilized may differ, but all is going to matter is what I consider civilized. You know what I mean? I know how much I'm willing to take. Do you follow what I'm talking about? Are you there? Hello?
Oh, I'm here. And this is what I'll say.
Oh, okay.
So we're talking about online versus reality, but let's just be real. Even in reality, even in like flesh and blood life, you never know a person. You never know.
Okay.
There are very few people. There are very, very few people who show you who they are. Who show you who they are. Everybody always has a guard
Right.
up. We're all always holding something back. There's always some aspect of ourselves that we don't believe that people will accept. There's always something we've done in our life that we don't believe we can share with another person. It is never. And I challenge any of you in the chat to be honest. It is never that we reveal 100% of ourselves and our interactions in life and things that we have done to another person. It is never.
Right.
So the thing is that we never really know a person. And I guess that's why the virtual world does not like it's nothing to me to that level, because I know that people are the same, and it might be even more malicious when it's real life. It's even more scary to know that that goes on in real life. It's an expectation that we have in the virtual world, right?
Yeah.
But,
to try to bring your best self to the table.
Right. But in real life, it's like, it's even scarier to know that people are not coming 100 with it, you know? And here's the thing, but it's okay, people. Like you were saying, Gab, everybody is damaged to a point. We need to stop acting like any of us is not damaged goods. Like everybody, like life is a bitch sometimes, people. It really is. And everybody has done something that they would rather never share with another person and may never share with another person. But the thing is that we cannot, here's the thing about personal growth. At the end of the day, for us to all be our best selves, we must come to the table. We must come to the table. Irene has to come to the table. That's why I'm always telling you guys on my channel, like, dude, I'm not a perfect Christian. I'm not a perfect person. If I advocate for some type of life, it's not because I've lived it perfectly the whole time. It's because I'm an old lady who's lived a lot of life and I have good sense. You know what I mean? And I know now.
Yeah.
But see, everybody is not in that place. But we have to get in that place, period. Whether that be virtually or in real life, the process is the same. You're either going to step to the table as yourself or you're not. Just period. And we all have to make that decision.
Yeah. So, and for the audience, for the listening audience, whenever they watching people who try to create content was one thing, because you could pack up all your thoughts, rehearse them, and put them on the thing and upload it. And so that's the, the best self that you could bring without interruption. Now, these lives have become so the lives give them an opportunity to see, is it really the person who he's trying to pretend to be, or is how does he face adversity? So it's like everybody that's online right now that's doing these lives, everybody watching needs to understand, hey, look, we are you. We the same way. We on here just like you. You don't, the people that you don't like at work, we do the same shit. Like we can be in the same environment, and you look across the room, you don't like something about somebody, and shit can pop off like really really easy. I'm learning that is the same thing when we jump on live chats. Some people have seen my channel, have seen me on panels. They don't like my style for whatever. So they have a couple ways they do. They either ignore you or they crank shit up with you to get it started so that they can do what they want to do. It's all the same shenanigans. It's just that we get to do it in front of a live audience. So I'm bent on
Gab, breaking up again.
Sorry. I'll try later.
Wait, there you go. You came back.
I'm a little bad. Yeah, my drive home. I live in the woods, y'all.
No, wait, I live in
Yeah.
the freaking mountains right now. I'm not even kidding. It's crazy. Like, I literally was in the mountain driving here, and I was like, okay, we're gonna come out to the mountains to a city, and then it's gonna be our house. And then the GPS was like, exit here, and I was like, exit in the mountain.
Damn.
And it was like a freaking mountain. I have to stay like in the kitchen of my house.
Mm-hmm.
I have to stay like in the kitchen of my house to even talk on the phone. Like, it's real.
Wow. Yeah.
It's really real right out. Like, I'm like, but my view overlooks the forest, like in real life.
Right. So I'm about to be home now. And I got to prepare myself for my 7 o'clock. So
Okay.
this was good. I appreciate and I love your channel. I love the subject matter. I love your approach towards most of your subjects that I've seen you talk about. They're very personable. I saw you when you were just a little channel.
I know.
And you took off, like you really took off. It's amazing. I like to see when that happens, man. So good luck to you. And where are you taking YouTube? Where are you going?
Like, what was my goal?
Yeah.
I want to bring this into real life. I really do. So the way that I've planned it out is like, okay, so what people don't know about me, but some might, because I talk about it occasionally, is that I'm working on opening up a school. My man has opened up several charter schools.
Oh, okay.
But he's worked with me on a charter school as well. But I want to open up a private school for Black children. But I want it to be where we have brand new textbooks, like fresh textbooks that are developed just for us.
Yeah.
The school is actually called the Gurley Institute, after the founder of Black Wall Street. And I want to bring what we do here on YouTube into the real world. Like, I think it's fine to get, in our case, 70 people in a room. I think at the height of it, we're like at 120, or 400 people in a room. I think that's cute and good, but I think we need to start doing things that are effectual in real time and space. And so I'm hoping, like I said, to meet these people right here in the real world, and for us to start doing things that are effectual in the lives of the people around us. So that's my personal goal. I'm just exploiting the system to do things in real life. Because I give two craps about YouTube. Honestly, I'm telling you guys all the time, like, turn this shit off. Like,
I got an addiction. You're not taking my crack away. I'm totally addicted to this shit, man. I tried to break away and shit. I think I'm gonna be giving it a break in a little bit though. I gotta prove to myself I can fast, man. Yeah, but no, this has been great. I've been enjoying this. All in all, I'm gonna say all that's going on is good for us to go through. I think it's only a part of our journey to learn how to navigate with each other in an online way. I'm learning that you don't always know people as fast as you think you do on YouTube. I learned that. I really learned that pretty quickly. And so I'm watching everybody else do the same thing, and I'm watching how y'all respond to it. And I know that some of our personalities and stuff don't necessarily match. You know what I'm saying? Our aggression doesn't match. Sometimes our passive nature doesn't match. And I know that the audience is attracted to a particular thing sometimes. And I'm trying to still be myself and not pander to what the audience wants. And I'm not trying to get incited into YouTube bullshit that I see that others try to get you pulled into. And so it's a journey. It's a journey, because I done been pissed off. I done made a few pissed off videos, especially the last few days. And it still was, mild for me. But some YouTubers really pissed me off that lack integrity, man. and that are disrespectful of people. I mean, when I say disrespectful, respect the highest levels. So with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. You know,
All right, Gab. Well, thank you
were you
so
able to
much.
hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Are you able
Can
to?
you hear me, Gab?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you. Yeah,
Yeah, no, thank you so much for coming through. I totally appreciate it.
awesome, awesome. Thank you.
And you guys check out Gab's channel. I've
I'll
dropped
continue listening.
drop your link, Gab, because I did it once, but that took so much work for me, man. You don't need to even know like the
Yeah, they
level
can
that
just
was.
click my little icon. I'm gonna
Oh,
put one
click
more
his
little
face.
thing because
Yeah, click his face, and you'll be able to go to his channel. Gab, he was
yeah.
really sweet to put me on when I was just a small channel, and it was just MGTOW guys that hated me. And he brought me on his channel at the risk of being linked to somebody who is well hated online. And so I really appreciate that.
Hmm. Peace.
Bye, Gab. All right, you guys. So do you guys see my groceries? Whoa, where's my face? Oh, there it is. Do you guys see my groceries like off to the side there? It is a sad, sad state of affairs, y'all. This situation that I'm living with. I was at Costco. Let me turn you. That's Costco. And I need to put these groceries away, but I want to talk to you guys just for like a little bit longer if I can. So let's talk. Let's do this. What state do I live in, Pretty Sassy? I can't say what state I live in. I have too many stalkers. I have too many internet stalkers. But I live in a state that is, at this point, because I just moved, you know, I live in a state that's almost all Caucasian. And it's a big culture shock for me. And what's interesting, y'all, I am so exotic. I went to Costco today. And first of all, everybody was super friendly because I think they never see Black people. But also they were like staring at me and they were staring at my kids. They were like so fascinated. They're like, oh my gosh, like this is a Black lady. She's at our Costco. I was like, wow, like I'm a novel item here at Costco in this state. It was pretty exciting. I've never been anywhere where I might be like the only Black person a person sees for like a week. So that's pretty crazy. Do I like Fred Myers? I don't know who Fred Myers is. Thomas, CRU, people do hate me. All the MGTOW people hate me. This one guy who just made a video about me, he hates me. NBA Unloaded, I can't get out. My man is here trying to help that 2% of Black people in the state. Am I back in LA? I'm from the city, Everett, but no. So I'm not back in LA. Sadly. I think we'll be here for like 2 years. So that should be fun. It should be like really, really fun, y'all. Oh no, I had bread. I'm sorry. I had bread on my boob. B&B. I'll find out what real soon, Ledford. Do I like Fred Myers? Oh, I'll find out real soon. Will I? Costco has very few Black members. Look, y'all, don't sleep on Costco. Costco is the best place on earth. Like the best place ever. Costco is amazing. It's not. What are you guys doing? Girls. Okay. I don't know what my girls are doing. They're doing something. Hate is a strong word. Yeah, hate is a strong word. That's true. What's up, Truth Seeker? I wanted to just come and like chill with y'all. Okay, so tell me if you think this is crazy, all right? So I have set up my Patreon. I haven't launched it yet. I plan to do a video hopefully tomorrow or the following day, where I launch my Patreon to you guys. So get this. Okay, so don't think anything bad of me, y'all, okay? Because I know that you guys will judge me, and I don't want to be judged by you. Okay, you can judge me if you really want to. So my Patreon goes from like $5 a month to $500 a month. Is that crazy? Am I crazy? It does, though. So I'll go over it. Just don't laugh at me. Costco is not like Sam's Club NBA Unloaded. No, do not make that comparison. Costco is better than Sam's Club. It's like a bazillion times better than Sam's Club. This is like my second glass of champagne. Because I deserve it. Because I have been working like a Hebrew slave for the past 3 days to please my man. Why'd you almost trip over your table? That's okay. I almost tripped over. If you watch my last live that I cut off to do this one, I tripped over my sack of potatoes. Literally. I have a sack of potatoes and a sack of onions on my floor, and I tripped over them both. If you see me looking over here, it's because I'm watching the chat. It's not because I don't want to look at you guys. It's because your chat is over here. And so in order to know what you're talking about, I have to look over there. Am I tipsy? Well, let's just say I don't drink. But I told my man, I was like, oh, I'm working so hard and da-da-da. Will you bring me some champagne? And so he did. And so I had a half of a glass last night and I fell asleep. I had a half a glass of champagne and I fell asleep, y'all. I was like out like a light. I was like, and it's bedtime. It's time for me to go to bed. So, I don't know, pretty sassy Libra. Am I tipsy? Y'all tell me. Costco is the best, Mr. Thank you. There is no comparison. We cannot compare Sam's Club to Costco. I had never heard of Sam's Club until I was in Texas. And then when I was at the house in Texas, it was like Sam's Club. And I was like, what is Sam's Club? I've never heard of such a thing. Costco's so much better. No, I didn't hit the floor. I was on live. I just tripped over it. I tripped over it with all of y'all watching. Seriously. Get paid, get paid. That is so funny. Stop. Stop. I love Costco. I am literally not going to do any jumping jacks. Is that what they do? They have you touch your nose. So if I have to do the nose test, pretty sassy Libra, then I'm sober. So you guys have dirty minds. Pretty Sassy was not talking about that. She was talking about inebriation. What's up? Look at my daughter. Say hi.
Hi.
You need to know the time. It is 2:34.
2:34.
Are you going back outside?
No,
You guys-
she wanted me to teach her how to crochet. Yeah, but I can do it.
That's my daughter. She's made a friend. So fortunately, the family right across the street from us homeschools. And so their kids are here all day. What am I cooking for Thanksgiving? I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. So yeah. Yeah, she does have my nose and she does have my eyes. That's true, CRU. Thank you so much, Anne. That's really sweet. She's very pale, but she actually doesn't. If you see my other daughter, yeah, that's the one right there. Yeah, I'm not going to put her in. You're fasting on Thanksgiving? Good for you, Penny Snatcher. That's going to take a lot of like dedication, because Thanksgiving is a time where people think like being gluttonous is okay. Oh, why is my hair crazy, y'all? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for that. Wait a second. Lizzie, baby? Where's Bella doll? But what's the rule? So my girls have a rule that they always have to stay together. So yeah. Hold on, let me look at it. I'm looking at the chat. Hi, India. It's so nice to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in so long. Open up a window for Antonia. Don't pass out. Oh, is she? Lizzie baby's not that light. Bella doll is, though, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, she's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying. Let's see. Anyway, y'all. So I have my Costco haul. I'm going to put all of my food away and stuff like that. I really wanted to talk to you guys. So you guys know, wait, just be careful about buying a TV, computer, or security system. I don't own a TV, you guys. You guys know that. I don't watch TV. I don't play those kind of games. I barely want to be here on YouTube. That's why I'm trying to meet y'all in the real world. If we could just move this thing in a real life, you guys won't see me on YouTube anymore. Like, you will not see me on YouTube anymore. I will be over it. I'll be so over it. Irene, are you going to have a Thanksgiving debate special? I haven't done. What plausible deniability? What? Your kids' dads are white? Penny Snatcher? Yes. The father of my children is Caucasian. My first husband was a white man. And my current is a black man. So yes, my children are mixed. That is a fact. I don't eat cereal, Mister. Don't eat cereal, y'all. Look it. This is a PSA. Hold on. This is a PSA. Don't eat cereal. It's really bad for you. The denatured proteins will fry your brain. Trust me. But that cereal is big though, Mister. Like, no joke. Mark Price, dude, if you want to rub my feet, like, don't play games right now. Mark Price, I have been suffering so bad during this move. My feet, I was in bed laying down and my feet were actually hurting. Okay, you guys see all this? Don't judge me. All of this is Costco because I'm supposed to be putting away groceries. So I'm going to stay with you guys until 3 o'clock my time. And then I'm going to go because I have to prepare my house and finish unpacking and stuff like that. CRU? Oh. No, I don't have bunions and be unloaded, but my feet were hurting. Like, I'm telling you, I was in bed and my feet were hurting. I literally was like to my baby, I was like, babe, my feet hurt. I turned to my daughter because she's been helping me unpack the one you guys saw. And I was like, Elizabeth. I was like, your feet hurt? She's like, yes. I was like, yeah, my feet hurt too. They were like, they're really sore. My feet are like really, really sore. No! Pretty sassy Libra, you can't buy me for $2. You guys can buy me. Okay, I'll do a jumping jack for $300. Who's got $300 on that? You can buy me for $2, pretty sassy. But I feel very flattered because you are a moderator on bigger channels and you've not. I haven't seen you throw your $2 at anybody. So thank you, pretty sassy Libra. Thank you. And y'all, she's really pretty. If you go to her channel, she's really adorable. She is really, really cute. Do you have Wawa there? What's a Wawa? It is the whole bottom of my feet, Everett. The whole bottom of my feet are too much. They just hurt. Like I have a real issue. No, Frantonio. Yeah, one jumping jack for $300. I will do one jumping jack. Where it will occur, I can't tell you. I have a price for a jumping jack? Are you freaking kidding me? Frantonio, let's be real. I do jumping jacks for free. Now, I don't have a price as in you can't buy me. I don't know. For $500 million, you might be able to buy a part of me. You may be able to buy a dinner and a nice hug. Because if you're willing to give me $500 million for a dinner and a nice hug, that might be the come up, a small island. No, I'm kidding. Y'all, I'm just messing with you. Hold on, I have company. Who's my company? Oh, come say hi. You guys want to meet my other daughter? Come here, baby. Daughter number 2. Say hi.
Hi.
Say bye.
Bye.
Yes. Yes, you can. Nope. You guys undo each other. All right, you guys have 15 more minutes with me, and then I'm gonna go because I have a life, y'all. Yeah, raise the price. No, not a whole soul. I said dinner. Dang. NBA Unloaded. Dang, dinner. That is hilarious. No, Mr. I only accept gold bricks and USDA. That's it. Oh, thank you, pretty sassy. Yeah, that's my youngest daughter. So I have 2 of them. So that's my youngest daughter. Ah, dang, food stamps? You have 500 million in food stamps? You should not announce that online because you're going to go to jail. Yes, and my daughters are almost identical. One has green eyes and one has brown. That's pretty much the major difference between them. But they both have pretty faces and big foreheads. You guys know in my lives, I always cut off my big forehead. But unfortunately for them, yeah, they're part of the big forehead committee. But I've heard that big eyes and big foreheads are what make people attractive. So maybe I did them a favor. I don't know. And they all have little noses because, you know, I have a nose that's like, my nose is very tiny. When am I coming to Ghana? Do when you buy me a plane ticket and a 5-star hotel stay. I will be in Ghana. That is what's real. Oh, thank you. Really? Medium? Thank you. This is this camera. This camera, it does wonders for me. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, y'all. That's why I always like cut off the top of my head and then I put my hair over half of my forehead because it gives the impression, like it gives the illusion that my head is not as big as it is. I have a lot on my mind. I'm mad you said that, Mr. That is a mess. I'm done with y'all. Look at her picking her nose on camera. She picked her nose on camera. Pick your nose on camera. You pick your nose in private. Don't pick your nose at all. There goes Lizzie, baby. You want to come say something, Lizzie? Okay, Liz is a Leo like me, so she probably has issues. Okay, what do you have to say?
All I have to say is that I love peppermints.
She loves peppermints. That's her contribution.
And bread and cheese.
And bread and cheese. She's been reading the Boxcar Children. And they eat bread and cheese there. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Oh, it was Bella Doll picking her nose. She picks her nose to the point where she literally gets nosebleeds. Like, I have to stop her from picking her nose. Pretty Sassy. My hair is not long yet. I'm trying to grow my hair down to my hip bone, like to, so right now, let me see if I can show you guys. So right now my hair is, I'm trying to grow my hair down to here. So nope, Pretty Sassy
I'm
Libra.
trying to raise Mom at it.
Oh, and Liz is trying to grow her hair as long as I'm trying to grow mine. So no, Pretty Sassy Libra. At no time do I consider cutting my hair, and you better not cut yours either. Don't cut your hair, Pretty Sassy Libra. Don't do it. CRU, you got big head jokes. I'm so mad at you right now. Why? Why? Thank you, Marcel. That's very kind. Pretty Sassy, it's getting there. It's trying to get long. It's inching its way down, but it's not long enough. Not quite yet. It's got to get longer. I want it down to my hip bone. I still don't know what plausible deniability you're talking about. Oh, thank you, Charles. Is big forehead my new name? I'm so mad about that. That sucks. Y'all suck. You guys are so wrong for that. You really, really are. Okay, what do we have? Like 11 minutes. What do you guys want to talk about? Do any of you guys want to come onto the live? Let's do that. Who wants to come onto the live and hold a conversation? Tell me now or forever hold your peace. Tell me now. Tell me. Who is going to join me on my live? You guys are so scary. Look at you scary people. Hi, Lando. Oh, you want to come on CRU Loyalty? Oh, let's see. Let's see if I can do it. CRU is going to join. What are you going to say when you come on here? Don't ruin it for the group. Because if you ruin it for the group, I will never do this again. Like ever in life. I'm telling you. Oh. Wait. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. That didn't work. You lied about your email address. CRU. Hold on, let's see. Wait, what happened? Oh, CRU? It says your email address is not real. It's spelled R-A-Y? Oh, R-A-Y-A-L. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, that's too much. Gosh, why is it so complicated? Can I cut and paste? Hold on. Ah, that's so frustrating. You guys, wait, okay. Maybe I can highlight it. Oh, I can highlight it. I'm sorry. Oh, I see it. Okay. Now everybody has your email address. If you go back live tonight, I might. Oh, you might? Pretty Sassy? Okay, but here's the thing, Pretty Sassy Libra. Let's coordinate a time, because my man said I can't do lives late at night on a consistent basis. He said I can only do it sometime now that we're living together. So that's the only thing. So we have to like coordinate a time. So if you have a time, Pretty Sassy Libra, and we can like coordinate it that way, that would probably be better.
Cool.
Because I have like a limitation on how late I can be on a live. Because my boss said so. Oh, it's public? Is it really? What women are giving him so much trouble for what comment? What are you talking about, Snuggles? No, he's not a control freak. He's the boss. It's nothing about being a control freak. I mean, one of us has to be in charge, and it's not me. I mean, it is what it is. Okay, let's see. Because I don't know what you're going to say. So I had to send my little people out. You want to come on next time? Oh, you're at work? Okay. Yeah, let's open the floodgates. You want to join my hangout? Yeah, Everett. Give me your thing. Let's do this. We got to do this in timely fashion, though. Give me your email. Who did wrong by who, Snug? Who are you talking about, CRU? What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Yeah, he's the head. I don't know if I'm the neck, because the neck turns the head, right? Oh, Marcel? Okay, Marcel. I'll send you a link. Hold on. Let's see how many people we can get on here. I'm telling you guys, though, if you act up, you're going to ruin it for the group, because I will not do this again. I will not do it. So don't come on here acting a fool, y'all. Behave. Act right. If you don't act right, this open invitation will never happen again, people. Oh, on Thursday? Okay, what time Thursday do you want to do it, Pretty Sassy Libra? Does O'Shea have your email address? I don't want you to put it in the chat unless it's already like, well, if it's already open. If it's not open, I don't want you to put it in the chat. What kind of service are you having, Ledford? Oh, who's this? Oh, CRU? Shut the front door. Hi, what's up?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, I was talking about Omari Hardwick.
Who is that?
Ghost from Power. That's what who is that? What's talking
What is that,
about?
a singing group?
No, that's the dude that plays Ghost on Power on Stars or whatever. Snuggles was talking about him.
Oh, you know I don't watch TV. Why are you playing around?
I don't either. I canceled my cable once I found out about the Angry Man show.
The Angry Man show. What is that?
Angry Man who was on the panel with y'all the other day.
He has a show?
Yeah. Every night. It's probably going on right now.
On television?
No, on YouTube.
Oh. You know I don't watch YouTube either. Y'all, I don't get down. I'm just here. Please. I literally don't know. I didn't know he had a show every night. That's interesting.
Yeah, Monday through Fridays at like 6 p.m. Even my logo that I got on this one, because see, there's no dots between the CRU on this one. It's just like CRU.
Shut up, NBA Unloaded. I can't stand you.
But
why don't you get on the chat?
Cerulean made that logo for me.
Oh yeah, I want to collab with him.
Yeah, that's where I met him on Angry Man channel. Him, BGS, everybody.
Huh. I've never been to anybody's channel. The only channels I go to are Nylah's, O'Shea's, George. There's some like Lydia, I think there's like a handful of channels. Some of them I watch so I can listen to it while I'm doing stuff, and so I'm not really watching. I'm like listening, and then some of them I watch because I like clothes and handbags. Yeah. So
that's how I started off on it. Like I was listening to like Umar and Tariq, Jason Black, Professor Truth, all of them. But then I started finding more people that listen to them, like Water Sniper. I'll see him everywhere.
I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, Water Sniper is a mod, and like he's like a professional moderator. Like if you moderate Water Sniper, he'll keep your chat room so clean. he might block you from it.
I don't like blocking people though. I like letting people just talk, unless they're like threatening violence or doing something super crazy. I don't really care, because the thing is, I don't really care what anybody says. It doesn't bother me. Like, I guess I just don't give two craps, like in real life. So
I guess that's what I mean, Irene. Like Water Sniper, he keeps everybody's chat room on topic per the chat room.
Oh,
like if you say, okay, we're gonna, let everything fly, then everything can fly as long as somebody doesn't say something reckless to you. It's like that. But he's like a professional security guard or something.
Is he really?
No, I mean like on YouTube.
You're joking. Shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Okay, what is your real first name?
Who, me? I'm Raymond.
Oh, your first name is Raymond. Oh, that's a nice name.
I just put like 3 of my channels in your chat on the other one because of one of your mods. That they accused of switching names and hiding it. I said I switch names all day, but everybody knows who I am. Like I'm C.R.U reality. Yeah, I'm CRU reality, and I'm Ray Gunn. I'm Raymond Gunn.
That's why you mean reality, because your name is Raymond.
Yes. So this is my reality.
NBA Unloaded, look, I'm tired of you. How are you gonna mod for my channel? I am lost though. But you can come on here and talk too. I'm trying to talk to all you people.
Hey, Mister, that's what I was telling you. Hey, one of the guys I grew up with, not grew up with, but man, his name Mr. Rest his soul. He got killed for fucking JoJo. But man, it's a lot of shit going on, man. Like, man, I don't think people should be beefing. And this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Irene.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll call people out on what the hell they're saying. You know what I mean? I'll call you out on what you're saying. I'll tell you, oh, this sounds like some bullshit. This sounds like this, that. But I'm never going to make a personal attack on you. You know what I mean? I'll even let you make a couple personal attacks on me before I even let loose. But I'm from Chicago. Well, you know what I mean? Born in Chicago, grew up in the burbs or whatever. Always was in the city. And now I'm out here in North Dakota, where we're only 1.2%. But still, I'm still Chicago. I'm still a black man from Chicago, born in Chicago. So, like, I'm not really with the beefing or any of that extra shit, whatever. I just want us to build. I want the best thing for us, for this world. Because if this world fails, then we're all messed up. You know what I mean?
No, I completely agree. Like, I think that a lot of lines are drawn in the sand and are propagated so that we can stay divided it's just a divided version of humanity. But I think it's really important that we search out the good things in people, that we extend our conversation and our reach to reach out to different people so that we can make the best of the situation that we have to share. Because at the end of the day, like, we're traveling this road together, whether people want to accept that that's what's going on or not. And so it's super important that we try to foster things, especially things that are not controlled by outside sources, because right now we only have relationships and interactions that are coming through like third parties and that are very controlled. And we have to start creating spaces and doing stuff like on our own so that we can progress together. Because what is that old saying? Like, you're only as strong as your weakest player.
Yeah, the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. Pretty much, yeah, the same thing, right? So I could be rich right now, right? I could be rich as hell. I could have the tallest building in the biggest city or whatever. What does that mean if the whole world fails around me? I'm sitting on a pile of money and it doesn't mean nothing because everybody's hungry. Everybody's doing some others. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I do know what you mean.
I feel like if you take capitalism to this furthest extent, then it comes to playing king of the hill. And everybody's just trying to knock each other off the hill. But it doesn't matter. If you were to get all of the money in the world right now, what would the rest of the world do? They'll disregard that money and come for your resources. Period. I just try to think logically. Like, we cannot fight against each other. The oligarchs, the people that are in charge, put the white people against us, the so-called white people against the so-called black people, so they could feel that they're better than us. And you know what I mean? That's just so we don't get together to go take out the people in charge.
I agree. I think the war is not against skin color. I think it's poor versus rich, and not this, I make a few $100,000 a year rich, but
no, it's I make 500 million a year rich, and you work for me and you make 40,000 a year, and I can't even give you 500 to help you pay your rent. Rich. That's the bogus rich.
And I think as long as they keep us, I agree, and I feel like as long as they keep us focused on these small battles, we can't unify to really step into consideration of the large battles. And I think that is very problematic, like in and of itself. But a lot of people don't realize that.
I agree, Irene. It's like, I kind of think like, all right, say you take what car companies in Detroit, right? Chrysler, Ford, Chevy, right? Even if you took the second highest exec, canceled him, and put that money you're paying him into fixing the water system, I do think that would do a lot more work than raising taxes or doing some other things to tax the poor.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are very invested in the systems we have in place. And something I really advocate for, and a lot of people don't like this about me, is that we can truly choose to disengage in these systems. We don't have to participate, and we can rebuild systems that work better for us. I feel like the status quo, people feel like it's unchangeable. We've really lost the revolutionary attitude that people used to have hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, where if authority was stepping out of bounds, they would usurp it. And so I think that in itself is problematic. We really think inside of boxes. And more than anything, I feel like we're very passive. We've come to a place where we are so comfortable in our slavery that it behooves us to want to engage in any sort of different thing, especially because it's more work, right? It's not as comfortable. It's going to upset our lives and things like that. And a lot of people feel like as long as I'm comfortable, as long as I'm eating, I've got a TV, I've got a car, I can go do things that I enjoy, then that is the end all to freedom that I need. and they're willing to disregard the things that are actually holding them back and the things in society that are problematic.
You cannot grow like that. You know what I mean? Like, people don't understand you cannot grow. Adversity is, you know what I mean? It's like the mother of all ingenuity or something. I forget the quote. But you know what I mean? Like, you cannot grow if you don't have anything to resist you. You go to the gym, if you're just doing the same weights, you're not gonna go anywhere. You're gonna be the same strength the whole time. People don't like, you have to be uncomfortable so you can grow.
Trump Chicken said, "You have to participate if you don't have your own land. We are forced to participate and infiltrate if we are not evacuating. There is nowhere to run." I
can speak on that. So that's the same thing Cerulean and Charles Faulkner, Officer Charles, been saying, Angry Man and all of that, right? Since we're stuck here, right? Most of us are in cities that we run. Chicago. We run Chicago. Why we got your Rahm Emanuel in there? Why we got these police still shooting us? And we're the majority in these cities. We can go outvote these people and take over. We can go send our sons to the military and to the police force, and then we'll police ourselves. Charles was arguing with somebody else the other day. He said, you know, well, if we put the people in the police force, what makes you think they're not going to be, you know, just like the police force is right now? And he said, well, if you grow up and you grow up, like, say, in a YouTube community like this, right? But this is like real life community. We're all talking positive. We're all trying to build and destroy this white supremacy thing, this oligarchy thing. What makes you think that after 18 years of training him, 21 years of training him, raising him in the hood, he's going to flip sides? Only pancakes flip sides, and the pancakes, I don't know where they was raised. So, but I digress. I'll leave that one alone.
Yeah, this is what I'll say on that. Nobody is forced to participate in anything. Like, that's just BS. Unless somebody is literally, physically holding you down and forcing you to do something, you're not forced to participate in anything. Our consent is what gives other people power. And I think it's very important that people comprehend that. Your consent is power. Your dissent is an exchange of power. And I'm big on power exchange. And so I think we have to understand that we are not forced to do anything. The only thing that gives money power is your faith and willingness to use it. The only thing that gives government power is your willingness to acquiesce to it. The only thing that gives any authority power is your consent. Without consent, there is no power. And I think it's really important that people recognize that and learn that because of that structure, you have the ability to change your environment to something that is more suited to your freedom and happiness. If there are things you don't like about your life now, those things can change by your refusal to invest in systems that are condemning to you and an obstruction to your overall happiness and well-being. But the thing is that that comes with struggle and work, and people don't like struggle and they don't like work.
Our people are used to struggle. I'm not trying to be a dissent to what you're saying.
No, it's okay. You can dissent.
No, I'm not dissent. Oh, BGS in the chat. Send him a link. Please, BGS, jump on. Because he can explain it way better than me. But he's sorry, he's the one I kind of learned it from. But yeah, our people are you know what I mean? We're used to the struggle. We're used to the work. We're used to everything. We're just not used to seeing the results of it. So then that's why we don't want to work. Now, that's my opinion. Like, because we'll work all day. We built this whole country, and what do we get from it? Nothing. But I do think we can get something out of it. And it's not nothing that's impossible, right? So I've got a pretty decent job right now, right? Now, say somebody that's on some, excuse me, quote, bitch assness, were to go send some shit all the way up my board of directors and everything, and then, oh, I'm out of a job, right? Guess what? I've been out of a job before, and I'm still here. I haven't died yet. Today is my personal best. Most consecutive days alive. I'm cool. Nobody's gonna bring me down. I'll be okay. You know what I mean? And it's like people get so disillusioned with life. Like, no, there can be nothing better. And I'm thinking, no, this is just the bottom floor. Everything I went through before, I forgot about it. This is the bottom floor. You know what I mean? I'm not going below that again. And if I do, I'll get back up there. You know what I mean? I'm on bungee cord or something. But I'm not going back below there. And even if I do, it's just to like rubber band me up back to the top. I'm not, you know what I mean? This is life. You know what I mean? The day you give up, you might as well just crawl yourself in the river and throw some rocks on your ankles. And you know what I mean? What's the point? If you're going to give up, what's the point?
I want to address something Trump Chicken said. He said, we are forced because of practicality. If we want to progress, try giving up your name, ID, citizenship, and fiat money. See how long you last. And Everett, this is a good point that you're making. And this is what I would say to your point. I would say this. You cannot be an island in this life. This is why our interaction, our human interaction, our mass interaction is so important. I agree that one individual will have a hard time. Now, I've done what I can do with my family, which is, if you guys watch my videos, you know my children don't have birth certificates, don't have social security cards. I teach them how to function, but still within the system, but with their sovereignty intact. But with that said, this is why we need more than one person. Revolution is not a one-person sort of ordeal. It takes unified thought, and it doesn't take the majority. It just takes a visible minority. And so when we have these conversations, know that that is the point of our human interaction, is to create a visible minority. Because a visible minority can move the majority. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me speak like my esteemed brethren, Cerulean Gray. It doesn't take a majority. It just takes a certain like calculated minority, like 10%. I forgot how he said it. Well, he's not the first one that said it, but you know what I mean? It takes a critical mass. It just takes a critical mass. Like if you look at the American Revolutionary War, right? There were only 10% of the people on each side, on either side, the British or the Americans, right? Everybody else didn't care because it didn't really affect them like that. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be slavery under the English. It's going to be slavery under the Americans. Who cares? It's just who's ruling you. But
you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you. Speak again, because you sound kind of garbled.
Is it my mic?
Oh, you good?
Oh,
you
shit.
good? You good?
Okay, continue. I will speak when I'm ready.
All right. Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, it takes a critical mass. It doesn't take that much. Like, all right, the gays are only less than 5%. The Jews are about 5%. And you would like anytime you watch the news, they run everything. If you look around the United States, you'll think that they run everything. It's the Jews and the gays run everything, right? But no, that's not the case. That's just because they've got the media. So now, like what Nylah says, and you know what I mean, what we're doing here, what Jason Black and everybody else is talking about is having a new voice, a new Black media. I think that this is going to work a lot better because shit, like you said, Irene, we don't watch TV. You know what I mean? I might see a news article in the gas station on the front page of the newspaper. You know what I mean? I might get something in my Facebook news feed or my Twitter news feed, or I got Google actually notifying me of news. But that's the only way I find out about like local news, local like mainstream media news. I do not follow it because it's all brainwashing. It's all nonsense. What the hell is you eating, Irene? Yeah.
Well,
French bread and sharp cheddar cheese.
Oh, geez. I was finna do the same. I was finna mix some sour cream with some cheddar cheese and just be on some fat guy shit. And I'm not even fat.
But yeah, so I completely agree with that. It just takes a visible minority. And I also, and I'm always telling people,
I'm sorry. Send BGS the link. He wants to jump on.
I don't have his email. I asked him to send me his email.
Drop your email link. Oh, wait. I've already got your link.
Oh, well, you can send it to him then.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, BGS.
Okay. Yeah, Frantonio, that's to go with the what? Shut up, Frantonio. I'm so sick of you. You get on my nerves. You're such a mess. What does that mean? So anyway, I do feel, and I've only had one person take me up on this. And the whole time I've had my channel, I have thousands of subscribers and only one subscriber has taken me up on this. And that is to disengage from media completely. And I included my channel and YouTube as part of that. And out of all of the subscribers I have, and I have several thousand, only one individual has ever taken me up on that. And I think that it's really important that people start to do that. And just disengage from media in general. Wait a second. Come here. I put it in the freezer because it's ice cream, but come here. I want to show you guys because people are always like, you tell people to do stuff and you're not serious. Come here. Do we watch TV?
Nope.
Do we have a TV?
No. Nope.
Do we use our computer as a television?
Not all the time.
What do you guys get to watch on the computer? Things
Things that you watch first.
Only things that I watch first. And what about newspapers?
We don't have them.
Magazines?
No.
And what about what books we have in our house?
Christian books for the most part.
Christian books?
Who decides what books are okay?
You.
Okay, go away. And just so you guys know, only because they were in here looking for their ice cream. Eat the ice cream outside though. Just so you guys know, like I'm not saying to do something that I don't do in my own home. Like it takes extra effort to disengage. It is extra work, y'all. My kids don't have social security numbers. That's a tax write-off I don't get because I have a social security number, so I have to pay taxes. Those are tax write-offs I don't get. That's insurance that I have to come out the butt for. You know, that's expensive. When I say operate without debt, that is expensive. Buying a home, buying a car without debt. When we talk about common law marriage, that's only legal in a handful of states because people are always talking about common law this and common law that. Those marriages are only recognized in a handful of states. And I'm going to do a whole video on what states those are. That's effort to change your whole life so that you can be in a place where you can operate as a free individual. The thing is that freedom is not easy. The thing that slavery has is that everything is given to you. You can be comfortable in your slavery. You can be comfortable in your servitude. You can be comfortable. But when you choose otherwise, the level of comfort adjusts. And you have to be willing to make that short-term adjustment for the long term.
Well, what do I say? Oh, hello, BGS. Good evening, brother.
Hey,
Mhm.
now freedom is a very new idea. It hasn't been around very long. The idea of freedom. Freedom is a
A
17th,
universal thing.
it's a 17th century idea. Hasn't been around that long. The idea of freedom, because the idea of the group, which is a natural state of human beings. So the idea of freedom. Normally, before the modern era, if you were free, you were probably going to be not going to live very long, because you're out there by yourself. Because the natural state of human beings is a herd animal. So this is what we see here as a state, as a country, is just a natural progression of a tribe or a clan. And so you are always under the aegis of some kind of clan leadership or clan or emperor or chief or something like that. There's always going to be some kind of hierarchy. That's the way human beings work. That's just the natural state of human beings. That's the natural state of any organized social animal. There's always a leader. Now it's what we think of as slavery, or we think of as a country or rules and regulations. That's just the complexity of having so many individuals in one mass. Because the anarchists talk about this all the time. Even under anarchy, when anarchists talk about total freedom. Okay, how do you get 312 million people, or say in California, which is like 40 million people, to actually coexist and everybody's free and doing what they want to do?
Hey, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
I've studied anarchism. You know, I don't know if I told you, but like when I was in Africa, I started studying like Ron Paul, Milton Friedman, and all. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like all the real anarchists that actually do it is still like libertarianism.
It's libertarian.
It's voluntary.
It's voluntary.
Volunteer. And to me, that's like what I've read about the old African civilizations and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Like the tribals and whatnot. Yeah, you got to put in. But if you don't, guess what? You're not getting no benefits.
No.
You go farm over there on your property.
Yeah.
If you don't want to give us 2 pieces of corn every week,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
You're not part of the tribe. You
So,
go out there and fight the lion, fight the lions and hyenas and bugs and all the other stuff by yourself. Right. Yep.
All you got to do is put in your 2 cents, and everybody gonna help you.
Yeah, anybody can be free in the United States, even underneath this so-called police state that we're under, and it is a very heavily regulated police state. There's no doubt about it. That's how come you can actually walk around and have open yards, and you don't have to live behind walls. Like CR can tell you because he's been in Ghana. Okay, if you have a house, you have a wall surrounding your house. It's not open like here it is in the United States. Because you don't have this heavy-handed police state making sure that people act right. So the idea of freedom, which you can actually look back to Voltaire in the Europeans in the 17th century. I think it's 17th century. Yes, 17th century. That's when the idea of freedom actually started, because nobody even thought about that. They thought about independence for the group, but not for the person. The idea of all men are free is a new idea, and it's wavering as we speak. So, you just happen to have that idea in a liberal country and a liberal society. The vast majority of countries going back as far as you can look back are authoritarian.
Yeah, I think that when people think about freedom, they associate it with the ability to do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
But what they fail to understand is that freedom also requires a high level of personal responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of freedom seems very attractive, but the reality of freedom is something that people are often not ready for.
Mm-hmm.
And again, there's just a level of comfort in not being free that people are not always willing to detach from. And that is what has made modern day slavery so effective, is that we are very attached to our own comfort. We're very attached to our own distractions. We're very attached to our own programming and conditioning.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you get the goodies. Okay. The cooperation and being in a society like this, you get the goodies. Try it someplace where you don't have it. We don't have sewage, running water, electricity, and all that other kind of stuff, and try it. You know, it's like I said, if you really want to be free, hell, in California, they have plenty of forests out in California. You can take your stuff in your backpack, and you can march out there and not tell the ranger. Nobody will come looking for you.
Right, but that's a lot. That is a lot of work, and I think for people who feel like this is not for everybody,
and it's not.
You can choose. Free people can choose to engage in humane, integrated commerce and behavior with each other. The thing that separates freedom from slavery is your ability to disengage and still survive. So right now we lack the ability of disengagement. Disengaging is a crime. And that is where you know that you're not free. In another panel or in another live I had, which first of all, y'all, this is my first panel, so welcome. But no, in another live that I had, somebody was saying, so my submission to law means that I'm not free. And I said, your submission to laws that you cannot disagree with means that you're not free. When you have no choice but to submit, or it is a crime, then you are no longer free. It's not the existence of the law; it's the inability to not acquiesce.
How do we choose the laws that we, say in a large group? Okay, you got 300 million people in the United States. How do we pick the laws that we want to submit to and those that we don't?
But again, right, that's an individual choice. We can see on the whole that murder is wrong, right?
Yeah.
And we can make that choice. But I think in reality, freedom comes without that large of a governmental system. Freedom becomes more of a local thing. I think if we think about this in reality, because there is no way for 3 million people to come to a consensus.
No.
Somebody's freedom is going to be infringed on.
Of course.
So when we look at freedom, we're really looking at locality, an interaction of local groups, choosing to interact with other local groups. And that's the only way that freedom can work. It can never work on a 1 million person scale. That's just unrealistic. Even though it's the status quo and what people are used to, that is not, it's not possible. That many people can never come to a consensus without somebody being trampled on, which is essentially what democracy is. It is the majority or the most visible or most active majority trampling, or I should say the most visible or most active minority, right? Or the majority trampling on the freedoms of everyone else. And that is that's the problem with the democracy.
Okay, so what is okay? So of all the forms of government that you've seen that are actually operable, where have you seen that not the case?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
If you've studied all the, I don't know how many forms of government that you have studied. Of all the forms of government that you have studied, where have you seen that not to be the case?
What is that specifically?
In other words, where you get a group of people, or where it's a small country, a large country, where somebody's freedoms won't get trampled on.
Okay, well, here's the thing. We have to define terms, right? So when we say somebody's freedom being trampled on, this is what we mean. Not the disagreement is not the problem, right? If you come to a consensus with a small group of people, and you disagree with the move that the group is making,
Mm-hmm.
your ability to disengage and leave is free.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's all that it is. It's not being able to get other people to agree with you. It's your ability to not engage in that system.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is something we see on a tribal level,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's not something we see on what we consider a governmental level, because it's simply not possible. The whole job of the government is to promote conformity and to punish nonconformity.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say I've never seen that on a governmental level, but on a tribal level, it's possible. Now, you just don't have to be a part of the tribe. See, that's where we are slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not happy with how things are going in the United States, but I can't just freely cross a border. I have to get permission from my owner to cross a border, and then get permission from the owners of the other country
Mm-hmm.
to be in their country.
Mm-hmm.
And there are all these stipulations on it. Thereby, I'm not free.
Okay.
All I can do is exchange masters only if they allow me to exchange masters. So,
So let me ask. Oh, BGS.
Okay, go ahead.
So let me ask Irene. All your children, they don't have no birth certificates, right? All of your children, like 3 or 4 or 5. I'm not sure how many children you have total.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, no,
So
because
now-
I talked about this before. My elder children, because I have adult children, do have those items because I didn't know that it was an option to not.
So because I know you married twice, right? You married one time with one Caucasoid man, and you had 3 kids, and the other one that is particularly a black man, hopefully, so they say. I'm not sure if you have to share with him. They don't have birth certificates.
So, right, the only children of mine that have birth certificates are my eldest sons, and all of my other children do not.
Okay, so the rest of them, the ones I see right there don't got birth certificates. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so we could say freedom actually is an illusion then. If you can't go anywhere across the globe without asking permission. So say.
You never could.
There you go. So why people talk about this thing about freedom?
Because like I said, CRU's been in a place where there are various tribes and they have tribal histories. You just can't. If you belong to one group of people, you just can't leave that group of people and go to another one. You have to get permission from the chief or whoever runs that society to be in that society. You just can't change from one side to the other.
Hey, BGS, are you talking about Ghana, or are you talking about Chicago?
I'm talking about Ghana. Well, Chicago works that way too. If you in the territory,
you just finna walk across the block and now you a different gang.
Yeah, I mean,
you put in work for 6 years with them, and now you going over there with them.
Yeah.
Do that. They call them pancakes.
Yeah,
they talked about pancakes earlier.
Yeah, in other words, basically all gang is, or a small gang is, a hunting party, and it forms into a tribe, which is basically the same thing. Now, all people work the same way. If your people, your clan has a territory, and you decide that you're going to leave that clan, you have 2 choices: either be out there by yourself, or you have to join another clan. But if you join another clan, you got to get permission of those people to join them.
Right, but that's still a choice, right? Like the choice is, if you choose to be a part of any given society, that is your choice. The freedom is in the ability to disengage. Does that mean you can be by yourself? Sure.
Here's what let
her finish the argument.
Go to what Cass was saying, as far as the illusion of freedom. This is why these conversations that must move into the real world are so important. You are correct. I can choose to make my children as free as they can be in this society. But unless a visible minority or a majority come to a consensus that their freedom is more valuable than their comfort,
okay,
none of us can ever actually be free. We can be rogue. We can attempt to be free, but we will more accurately be rogue. But that's why it's important to make the distinction.
Well, the thing is okay. There's 2 things. There's 2 things, especially
just say what I was gonna say, Irene. I'm done, BGS.
Okay, there's 2 things, and I've heard these arguments since I was 18 years old. Same arguments.
You Jesus, BGS? Goddamn.
No, I'm not Jesus. No, I'm just old. I'm not that old. Okay, so this has been like 40 years I've been hearing this argument. Okay, there's two things. One is if you even if you have a large enough majority, just say like how basically how democracy or the liberal democracies that we have got started. Okay, one, you have to even if you have a critical mass, you also have to have a system that scales that works for people. Because if you have an idea and it doesn't scale and it doesn't work for the majority of people, they're not going to accept it. I don't care how good an idea that it sounds or how good it sounds for an individual person. If it doesn't scale for the majority of people that are in that group, they're not going to follow it. They're not going to accept it.
You mean like America, right? Okay, I got you.
Yeah, well, America basically feudalism as an idea was already dying for various reasons. So liberal democracies actually rose up through that because of feudalist ideas were already waning because the environment that it was under didn't support it anymore. A lot of this culture about freedom and how we interact and what kind of systems we actually build up depends on the physical and social environment that you're in. So if you have an idea of an anarchist, because that's basically we're talking anarchist freedom, okay, where you have to have an agreements. So eventually, if Irene says we're all going to be free, we're not going to have birth certificates, we're not going to have this, that, or the other. And that's her idea of freedom. And she got say she got 60 or 70% of the people to actually follow her. Okay. What are you going to have to, for that vast amount of people to actually do that? What do you need to have? You have to have a framework because human beings do not work without a framework.
Hey, BGS, that's what I forgot earlier that I was going to say, right? Because I was going to respond to her, Irene's about anarchy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So most of the anarchists I've met, and trust me, I've met a few. I lived in the south suburbs of Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, heroin addicts that are top of the class. You know what I mean? Graduated 2 years before me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I graduated a year early. So shit, what's that tell you? But they're talking about like, you know what I mean? Anarchists, but they got to be voluntary.
Mm-hmm.
But then once you go into the voluntary shit again, then you come back around to, oh, here's your driver's license. Here's your business license. Back into the same shit that we're doing right now. Because all of these are just contracts. We just don't know we're signing contracts. We think we need, oh, this is a driver's license. No, this is a contract that you're signing. You're keeping a miniature version in your pocket.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Why do you? Okay. Say for instance, like when the car was first invented, you didn't need a driver's license or anything. If you had a car and there was a road that you could drive down,
Right.
you didn't have enough cars to even worry about, right? Why do you need driver's licenses now?
In North Dakota, you don't need a horse license. Well, they do put license plates on the horses for them Amish,
Mm-hmm.
but they could still say "fuck y'all." You know what I mean? I don't know.
What I'm saying is,
You know what I mean? But like, they could
so,
be like "fuck y'all" and still do what they do. The U.S. is not going to do nothing to them.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is, say you have like you said, say you have a bunch of cars and everybody says, I'm not gonna qualify for a driver's license. I'm not gonna get insurance. I'm not gonna do this, that, or the other. Okay. So if problems arises, how do you solve them? You know, we depend on people's better angels.
No, it's just like TBA and PBT said. If you disengage from it, it doesn't exist. There is no spoon.
Unfortunately, there always is a spoon. Otherwise, you don't eat.
People believe there's a spoon, but there is no spoon.
You talking about if you disengage? You talking about from this particular matrix? Yeah, you can disengage. You can disengage. But the thing is, it's artificial. The thing is, the people that come together created it. It's not, it's an agreement by people. Now, it might have been codified into law, but it's agreement by people.
Here's how I ought to break it down. Like, I don't know. Y'all can't see my mind, but like, all right, this system we're in is like an orb over here in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We all got to eat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to make one over here in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's like better than the orb in the kitchen because we already ate.
Okay.
Now we're just chilling.
Okay. Okay.
Heaven on earth, I guess the metaphor is. You know what I mean? I don't lie about no. You know what I mean? You know I got all these different channels. CRU C.R.U. You know what I mean? Ray Gun, Raymond C. Gun, Raymond Gun. Y'all know my name is Raymond Gun.
Okay.
From Chicago. Look me up. But yeah, I'm not hiding from anybody. You know what I mean? And I say what's on my mind, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
But the thing is that we worry about individual freedom. Okay, individual freedom is fine. I mean, for
nobody
any
never has individual freedom because if you're
get off the
if
grid.
If you jump off the roof and then you say, okay, I'm not going to high school again, right? Guess what? You still got to go get a GED somehow.
No, you don't.
No, you still got to go learn a trade or something.
No, you don't.
Or you could choose to not make no money and be.
You can go live off. If you have the skill, like Irene said, if you have the skill, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder.
No, I'm talking about if you was trying to live in society.
If
you want to leave society, if you was gone, shit, get gone.
If you're in society, you have to follow society's rules at some point.
When in Rome.
The slave contract is one that you sign.
But we have to also define, we also have to define what we're calling society, right? Like, again, this is not, I think,
okay.
Reiterate, it's not about.
Well, define it for us.
Right. Okay. So I think when he says if you live in society, he means
all I would say is
Ray, CRU, let her define society. Don't kick the chair. Let her define it.
I think when I made the comment, I was referring to when he was defining society as in what the status quo is. And I just want to reiterate that society, what the status quo is, or any society that any group of individuals establishes is not the problem. You can function within those things. The problem is in your inability to disengage. So let's say like now this environment is not working for me. I want the freedom to move about and not be bothered or conform to the system that you've set in place. When that is infringed upon, then your freedom is officially infringed upon. Now, let's say, and I've had this conversation with my children because remember, I'm an old lady and I have adult children.
I do.
Like old lady. Hope you're not reaching like that old 50 type lady.
Well, I mean, keep in mind that I have children in their 20s. So when I'm sorry?
I got children in their 30s.
72. She's just the voodoo lady, so she's cool.
Okay, all right.
I'm just Gullah, so no. But in reality, the situation is that I've had to have this conversation with my adult children, which is that when you choose to not conform, you must have a trade that is not dependent on service to other people, but providing service to other people. So there's a difference being in service and provision of service. And so there are some trades, just to name a few: translator, which is why it's good to be multilingual; coding, which is why it's good to be able to write code; robotics. There are some trades that if you are good at what you do, nobody cares as long as you can produce. And you can work independently in those things. If you are, and I don't want to offend anybody, a useless individual who is only good at providing services through service versus provision of services through your ability, then you are almost destined to be a slave. And these are choices that we have to make. Now, even operating in a system, for those people who aren't willing to fully disengage, there are ways that you can maximize the level of freedom that you have, which is be as free as you can in the society you choose to engage in. And that's where we can get into conversations about choosing to incorporate your name or operating as a business versus taking on personal accountability with birth certificates and social security cards. This is where understanding when you engage in society, because again, I'm not against engaging in society per se, but I do think we have to make educated choices. You do have to understand the laws and actually how your society works, and not simply engage because that is what the common person is doing. Without understanding, there can be no level of reasonable engagement and there can be no freedom. So this is not about personal choices necessarily. It's about ignorant personal choices. And so I just advise people to be educated when they make their choices so you can maximize your freedom, or we need to reconform the system. But see, the thing is with freedom is that only strong people will survive, right? Because as BGS was saying, you will run into a situation where if something is not conforming to what you need it to be as a free person, when you disengage, your life becomes very, very hard, which is why weakness is promoted in us, so that we are forced to stay in a system that is the easiest to engage in as possible, as long as you are willing to acquiesce and be in a submissive position.
That's the only way it can be easy. Because if you have a lot of people that are strong and not engaging in the system, you don't have a system.
But what she said about it's hard, right? So if you don't get engaged with it at its easiest point, it gets hard, right? But we're the strongest people, right? So it would, like, to me, logically mean that a lot of us, since we're the strongest people, would be able to overcome the hard part of it.
A small, okay.
You can't go from benching 125 to 400.
Okay. What I'm saying, okay, what you have to do, what I do, because I told you I am a moral pragmatist. Okay, to understand it, you have to play both sides of the table. You can't just look at your side. If you're managing a tribe or managing a city or managing a state, okay, a small minority of people doing what they want to do is not a problem. When does it become a problem?
No, I get you. Keep speaking. I'm just going between thinking about me and me thinking about everybody else.
Okay.
You know, your mind goes like that.
No, what I'm saying is when what happens, what I'm saying is most people, I would say 99% of people think about the world from their point of view. Okay. And what I do on my channel is try to teach you to think on the other side of the table. Okay. What your opposition is. Okay. Say if you're in a society, you don't like what's going on and you're going to do something. Okay. What is the reaction of the opposite side of the table? Because their job is to keep the society running smooth. And if you're the fly in the ointment or the sand and the grease, okay, they got to remove you because you're going to destroy society.
Here's what I'm asking you though, right? Because I always try to be the fly in the ointment. Sometimes,
okay.
I mean, always, sometimes, but you know what I mean. You know how it is on your show. But no, but it's like you never think anybody is smarter than you. Like you'll give certain people, you got me in math, you got me in this, you got me in this. But you're never gonna look nobody in the eyes and think, all right, this man finna outsmart me. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we all die today because it's always people smarter than us.
Like, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, what I'm saying is, okay. Well, my point is,
can y'all guys stop for 1 second?
Go ahead.
I must step off of here now. Irene, if you have this panel again, I might jump again down the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Can I just define? I want to answer something that somebody in my chat said. Trump Chicken said, "With all due respect, Irene Yvette, it doesn't sound like you're disengaging. You're just being defiant. You're working within the rules." And Trump Chicken, I think that is a very good point that you're making. And I will respond to that by pointing out what I pointed out earlier, which is that disengagement is only, or freedom is only as strong as it is the visible minority or majority that choose to disengage. This is the problem that whenever countries, Venezuela is a perfect example, whenever countries or, what's going on in Africa right now is a perfect example. When they go, we're going to be free, we're going to just screw the International Monetary Fund, screw what these people are talking about. The reason that they fail is because you cannot operate as an island. We need cohorts in this life. So Trump Chicken, what I am doing is literally dealing as much as I can and operating and creating as free of as people as I can with my offspring in an environment where the majority chooses to conform. I cannot personally overthrow anything. I cannot personally rebuild anything. I cannot personally do anything. It takes a visible minority or a majority. And so that is the point of having these conversations, because a lot of people don't recognize that they are not free. I had somebody come on, like I said, on another one of my lives and say that they felt they were free. But they are free within a cage. And until people recognize that you are free to run on all the treadmills and run through all the little parks and dance on all the little stages in your cage, but that there is a world much bigger than your cage that you cannot engage in, then I am also going to be trapped in my cage or in the cage next door until enough people come together to form a very visible minority, such as the gays or the Jews, or a majority, so that we can actually enact this thing.
And do what? Enact what?
So what I would say as far as enacting what, I would say I would want to see us move to a place where we come to a consensus that within our locales, we can agree on what is acceptable there. And when we do not want to acquiesce, we can still retain the land or whatever we're doing in our locale, but we cannot engage communally. And essentially that would be freedom to me, right? Because I don't have to engage with you communally. I just need to be able to do what the hell I want to do in my own space. And if you disagree with me, let's say if I'm a psychopath and I want to rape all my children and, you know, chop people's heads off, the stronger can infringe, right? Because this is a part of freedom too, which is that when a stronger, more aggressive person, and stronger could be mentally stronger or physically stronger, comes about, I might lose my position. But see, this is all a part of being free. Fighting to maintain your freedom. Fighting to, you know what I mean? Fighting to be a part of and enforce a system or disengage from a system. It is just the freedom to wake up in the morning and say, this is what I plan to do with my day. This is where I plan to go. And not having a barrier in place that cannot be circumvented to prevent that. This does not mean we have to fall into anarchy per se. This does not mean that we all run around like wild animals. I think most people have a moral compass of some sort. Just to say, when you step back, when I don't want to play the game anymore, I have the option to not play the game. That is all it is.
Have you ever heard about Toronto in 1960? The police strike in Toronto in 1968.
No.
Okay. The police went on strike in Toronto in 1968 for 2 days. Now, Toronto at the time, I think it was either Montreal or Toronto. I think it might have been Montreal, but they went on strike for 2 days. And what you're saying is most people will do what conform. They're actually morally correct and will conform to what do you call it? How can I put it? Moral standards, right? So you expect that if the police went on strike for 2 days, nothing would happen.
Well, I'm sure something would happen because
it was total chaos. The police had to come off strike and restore order because they were looting, they were rioting, they were raping, they were everything. All
right, but consider this, right? Consider this. If I am let's say I live in a house and I can't have any sugar. All right, I can't have any sugar. I can just, I can't even have fruit, right? And then I walk into a candy store and somebody goes, I'm just going to leave you here for 2 days. What are you going to do? You're going to go freaking nuts. You're going to touch and eat everything, right? Has anybody ever, just in the chat, have any of you like gorged on something you really liked and then you reached a point like you just don't even ever want to touch it again? I did that with jalapeno poppers. To this day, I can't eat them. right? And squirt and flipping candy corn.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that when you are deprived of something,
Mm-hmm.
then what happens is you begin to act insane. And then also, mind you, many people are functioning at a base level, the basest of levels, and they're engaged in all kind of conditioning in media.
Mm-hmm.
You can only expect what you expect from them. This is like the Puerto Rican Day Pride Parade that I like to point out, where they're just raping women in the streets and things like that. Is it because all these men are crazy rapists and, you know, want to just rip women's clothes off? No, men are not that base. But it is because the situation was right with lack of enforcement and their exposure to mass media that portrayed women as sexual objects. And when the two things met, what we had was chaos. So I think that we have to be realistic in saying there's going to be a period of adjustment because some people are functioning on a base level.
Mm-hmm.
But this is why I say it'll be really quick. Honestly, if everybody in Toronto was armed at that point, there would have been a lot less crime. Right? And things like that. You know, like if we were just doing things right 100%, see, people are like back in the day when kings and things like that had to go into war and like hand-on-hand combat, chop people's heads off and stab them with a knife. Then wars, people really try to solve stuff. They weren't so gung-ho to go into war. You know what I mean? So when we change these rules across the board, then what we experience is that behavior can be checked. Right? It's kind of like the internet. People act a fool on the internet because there's no real checks and balances.
Checks and balances, yeah.
But try it in real life, where somebody could pop you in your face, you know, or shoot you, or you know what I'm saying.
And then it's the survival of the fittest.
Exactly.
Then you have rogue gangs and stuff like that. You have a Genghis Khan. Well, actually, what normally happens is that, well, you see it on the streets of Chicago. Okay, if you can't be protected, the young men will actually form up into hunting parties and then the gangs, and then they'll go to war. What you have is that kind of mentality on the streets of Chicago or streets of LA, where there is no formal law, so you have to make your own.
I mean, is that really accurate, right? Because here's the thing: there's always law-abiding citizens right now, right? So right now, I would definitely shoot somebody in the head, right? But I'm a law-abiding citizen.
If you're a law-abiding citizen, then you follow the rules and strictures of society that has been laid out for you.
Which is why people are able to run amok in environments where they're able to run amok because there's a whole group of people.
I gotta stop you. BGS.
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you've been in Chicago?
I've been to Chicago once, and that's been like 30 years ago.
Okay, so please, I love you. You know what I mean? I'm from Chicago. You know what I mean? Like, you can speak on LA. I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to, you know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you a question. You from Chicago, right?
Yeah.
If the cops decided to back out of Chicago, what would the boys and men have to do?
Oh, they'll man up.
They'll man up and do what? They will form what?
Shit, they'll form their own damn police.
Well, they form their own damn what we call police or
civil
council, and basically you'll have what we have now. Be may hopefully be a little bit more regulated, but they will form up to protect their neighborhoods. Will they not?
Shit, stricter than the white folks be putting on us.
Basically, that's what I'm talking about. That's what will happen.
You know what I mean? Like, shit.
And then
30 years ago, right?
And if two groups
already know that motherfuckers protected, the gang started to protect people.
I know.
Like, don't be reckless, nigga. You know what I mean?
Everybody familiar with the book Lord of Flies?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what happens. The basically gangs that we see are naturally forming hunting parties. They will always form. If you leave boys alone to their own devices, they will naturally pick a leader and form a hunting party. They will form what we call a gang. I don't care what color you are. It happens all over the world.
Hey, let me tell you something. I was on Madison one day, right? Way back in the day, my smoking days, right? We asked for something this side of the block, right? We walked blocks down Madison, and they delivered it.
Okay.
We didn't stop. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, we didn't stop. Like the, you know what I mean? Like you walking through the jungle type shit, and motherfuckers in the trees. Everybody see you. You know what I mean? You're not the normal person on that street.
Yeah,
And
they did the basically same thing with the in Mexico to actually get rid of the drug cartel gangs that were actually raiding the village, right? Basically raping the women, killing folks, stuff like that. Basically the men got together, they formed a party with guns to keep other people out.
yeah. And it's not even everybody, because look, Madison, you don't hear nothing about no shootings over there on Madison. Not like strip like that. You know what I mean? At least I don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I think something.
But everybody know don't go over there like that.
Yeah. But anyway,
You know?
yeah.
I think something that we have to recognize is that in the beginning, like when these things start going on, the first people who are going to join forces and behave this way are going to be the people who would naturally be rogue in regular society. But that's not to say that people who have a stronger moral compass won't be ruthless when the time comes. So again, there's this period of adjustment. We haven't really seen this acted out in modern day society. There's this period of adjustment where first the people who are just going to be criminals in general and just do crazy and violent stuff in general are going to do what they do. And then there's going to be these people who have a higher moral compass per se, right? Because higher is subjective, who are equally ruthless, but only in the protection of their own. Only in the protection of
Hold on, let her finish, TRU.
Only in the protection of their space. And I think that balance will take a while to play out. It will take a group of people recognizing, okay, there are no checks and balances here anymore, so I have to get on my game. And then when they do, we'll see this level out, right? We'll see this leveling of extreme ruthlessness mixed with people who they'll do it if you take them there. And if you don't take them there, then we can all live peaceably. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Can I speak now, please?
Go ahead.
I hear you. I was trying to remember what I was going to say. I probably forgot half of it.
Well, but you can't cut people off, though, CRU.
No, I know. It's not your panel, BGS.
I know, Cyrene, but still, the rules still apply, man.
I know. I'm just messing with you, man. I know. So my point was, man, like I grew up boule, like you know what I mean, Jack and G, everything. I like boule. You know, I jumped off the porch late, probably about 16, 17. You know what I mean? I went to school. You know what I mean? I got like a lot of years of college. No degree, though. Just like your boy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I got a lot of college and no degrees. You know what I mean? And it's like, shit, I'm making okay money now.
Okay.
Doing this now. I'm doing that now. I'm trying to do better. I'm not trying to. I am doing better. It's just like, no, Chicago's not like that, though. You know what I mean? The hood got a code. Everything has a code. Do it just like Black YouTube. You know what I mean? BGS, me and you could disagree. Irene, you could disagree all day. We could have a big thing, a big hubbub about it for the next four months. You know what I mean? About what we disagree about. But as long as we can talk to each other respectably, then what's the problem? You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm new to like speaking on the YouTube thing. I'm not new to performing or anything. I've been performing all my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a study that has been done that said most human beings are not basically organically adjusted to live outside of communities more than 5,000 people. If there's 5,000 people or less, then you really don't. If you look at really small towns, they have maybe one sheriff. They have very few laws. People basically know each other, and they kind of get to a consensus. Okay. Well, Irene's kind of crazy, and she does this, that, and the other. But guess what? Other than that, she's okay. And I might be a little weird with my family, blah blah. But Irene says, okay, BGS is okay because we kind of know each other. Like that 6 degrees of separation. Basically, everybody kind of knows everybody else. Where you're familiar, but outside of 5,000 people, that's when you start having problems.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to get back to you all on. I had took the notes, but I forgot in all the talking. But that's what I was trying to get back to y'all on, is like, man, yeah, it's the same thing, just no disrespect, and we're all talking the same thing.
No, but
you know what I mean?
but like you say, even
It's
in the hood,
voluntary. We're in the community because we voluntarily you know what I mean? We
and
volunteered.
you have to follow the rules of the community.
Exactly.
So you're gonna be unless you're gonna be out there by yourself, you're gonna be inside a system.
Exactly. So now, if I diss you, if I diss Am, or you know what I mean, or Nylah or Irene or something, right? If I got a disagreement, it's a way we got to do it. You feel me? Otherwise, then it's like, damn, nobody in this whole community is gonna listen to me ever again.
Yeah, but just like anything, just like even with small communities, it's like in small communities, basically morality starts to decay. So eventually you will get to a point where, okay, things will start to come apart and people start to disagree and fight and blah, blah, blah. And then they have to reform another community. That's how come clans split off and go their own way, because you're gonna have disagreements. It happens all the time. That's just human nature.
But out here, these little small towns, they seem to be getting along just great.
When you say small, how small?
I go to towns and it's one hospital and it looks like a house in the projects. You know what I mean? Like one of them hood homes, like Boys in the Hood type. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and that's the
whole hospital.
Yeah. Cerulean says basically the same thing. Each human being needs about at least 2 acres to themselves to actually be happy.
Yeah.
In other words,
that's how much earth it is on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's enough earth, but the thing is, we're not here by ourselves, and every part of the earth is not arable.
Yeah, we can get it working though. There's nothing we cannot do.
There we go with the weed stuff.
No, I'm Ray. Remember?
There we go with the we stuff. And when we say we, then we talking about other people, large groups of people coming together in a consensus.
I'm talking about the human race. It's only one race. Remember?
Yeah. We are one race, but we have different. But we're not all one people.
But we have different attributes, and if we can get all these different attributes together, then there's a whole lot of great shit we can do.
How big is that if? Well,
I'd be high until next year this time.
No, you be high until we'll put you in the ground with your weed, all right? That's what happened. Because
my casket, if was a spliff.
because the group to get together on that larger scale to do something like that takes a large group of working together versus what Irene's talking about, the individuality, right?
No, because I think if some individuals decided to be actuaries, some individuals decided to be engineers, some individuals, you know what I mean?
But the thing is, they have to decide within the bounds of the group. You already have that in the United States.
Yeah.
You already got that in the United States. You got that all over any place in the world. In a functioning society, some group decide to be engineers, nurses, doctors, electricians.
But I think the engineers are running the ship. I think the doctors are running the ship instead of the captain that knows how to run the ship is running.
Basically the captain's on top. The people that run the ship are the people at the bottom.
No, what I mean is, like, if you know brakes, if Yvette knows you know what I mean, like hydraulics or something, the NOS tanks or something, You know what I mean? And I know how to steer and drive.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Nylah knows the tires. You know what I mean? What's going with this road? Everybody got a part to play.
So how do you coordinate all those people?
Practice. And this YouTube is practice, because if we went in the streets like this, I swear to God, look, YouTube is just connecting us like-minded people. In my opinion.
And how's that working out so far?
Hey, not so bad. I haven't heard of anybody that got killed except for that dude in Chicago because he was recording the gangs and whatnot. But even that's bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
these are very, very old ideas. They're not new, about the individual versus the collective, which is Ayn Rand wrote how many books about this, the individual versus the collective.
But who reads? Nobody reads.
It doesn't matter how many reads. The thing is, she didn't learn this on her own. These are ideas that have been around. So in other words, if you don't read, then you will do what? Try to reinvent the wheel.
You watch Star Trek?
I'm a Trekkie. Why?
You like the Borg then?
Do I like the Borg? And I don't particularly like the Borg, but I understand the Borg.
Okay. Now,
who's more effective, the Borg or the Federation?
Effective? The Borg.
The Borg.
No, it's balanced. It's balanced.
No. Who's more effective? I mean, if we really played out, who would be more effective?
It's a balance, because both of them be scared as hell. The Borg is a robot that be sweating when you meet the Federation.
No, they don't. The Borg doesn't have any fear. Borg is a hive mind. They think as one.
The Borg is just one individual. I'm a Trekkie. The Borg is just one individual that can.
No, it's all of us.
It's one individual that controls the hive. That's what the Borg essentially is.
No, it's all of the individuals.
You watch Star Trek? Don't get into a Star Trek debate with me.
I've been a Trekkie.
All the decisions.
I've been a Trekkie.
The hive follows what.
I've been a Trekkie since 1966.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see. Then you know that the Borg Queen makes the decisions and the hive follows her mind.
Basically, but the thing is, she's responsible for the whole hive, and it's a collective.
Yeah, but the collective thinks for the mind, though, doesn't it?
It's a collective mind. You still have to have a leader. Right? Everything, any group has to have a leader, but it's still a collective. They think as one mind.
Well, I was thinking when my dad was thinking about women back when he was 11, and then I happened to pop out later.
Okay.
No, but I've been watching Star Trek since shit.
What I'm saying is, who is more effective?
Not since 68 though. Goddamn, since 81.
Yeah, that's late.
And I didn't even understand language then. I just popped out. My eyes was still glossed over.
I remember when it was actually the first Star Trek was actually on the air in prime time.
Who's the best captain?
Who's the best captain?
Yes.
That in my mind,
don't even say Cisco just because he's black.
I would say the best captain on balance would probably be Picard.
Amen. I agree with you, BGS.
I'm gonna go with Janeway.
Although
I did like Picard, I'm gonna go with Janeway.
Janeway was a little bit too emotional for me.
Yeah, but you're a man, so you're gonna say that.
But hey, BGS, I can think we throw it off too, because Picard is Professor X too.
Yeah, Picard had the balance of all the captains.
Oh, but I mean, he actually is Professor X.
We know that. Okay, we're talking.
No, but I'm saying we might be thrown off by that too.
No, he was Picard before he was Professor X.
Yeah, yes, he was.
And we're talking about the character.
Kirk, though. I did like Kirk, though.
Kirk was more emotional.
But I think after Picard, and now no diss to Janeway, but I give it to Cisco.
Cisco was also more emotional. Picard was probably the most balanced captain out of all of them. That's why I think he was probably the best one.
Yeah.
And probably the most
Cisco, I feel like he didn't have enough control over the stuff that was going on around him. Like too much was happening with him.
He balanced it by giving his crew more control. He actually delegated more. He depended on them to act as individuals, and he checked them when necessary.
Hey,
That's how he got the best out of his crew.
Hey, BGS.
Hmm?
Did I told you when I saw Colin and the Adidas guy and the one-legged skier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's the same thing they were saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Colin Powell said, "Man, I'm not finna wait for the sergeants to give it up to the lieutenants, to give it up to the colonels, to me."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Shit, you gonna see me on the battlefield. Hey, private, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, general. No, don't salute me. You know what I mean? But what's going on?
Yeah. And Janeway had to run her ship as a family because there wasn't that many of them. So it's a big difference between running the Voyager and running the Starship Enterprise. I think that what the Janeway had, maybe 50 people, 100 max.
How many was on the Enterprise?
Enterprise, I think it had a standard crew like 5,000 people.
Jesus. Yeah, that'll do it.
That's it. So that's why I picked Picard. It's probably the most balanced out of all the Starship captains. But the thing is, the fact is, which is more effective? Liberal individuals or basically hive mind?
BGS.
Define effective.
But I would have said I'd rather 10 lions instead of 1,000 sheep.
Okay, yeah, that's all well and good, except
I'm just quoting him. You know what I mean? I'd rather 10 lions than 1,000 sheep.
I mean, you can do that, but the thing is, in fact, they actually proven that. In fact, that's how come China's eating our lunch right now. It's because authoritarian countries, whether we like it or not, are more effective. In other words, with a liberal country, like such as this one, even though we think it is a prison, a liberal country like this, most ideas get equal weight, and they're allowed to bubble to the top. So you're going to have disagreements between 3, 4, 5, even 10 camps about what you should do. Let's put it this way. I'll give you one example. High-speed bullet trains have been around for at least 45 years. How many are there in the United States?
Probably about 1 or 2, and they're still in testing phase.
We don't have any. We don't have any.
Oh, Disney. And they didn't even turn it all the way up.
We don't. No, there are none. There are none. China just started building theirs 20 years ago. Guess how many they have?
That's probably all of them, right?
They have 5.
So who's doing it? Japan?
China built their own. Japan has 4. Okay, and they started later than us. So in other words, and they're an authoritarian country. So in other words, and President Obama said the same thing. Authoritarian countries are more efficient. Now they have problems as far as the individual, because they don't look at the individual. They look at everybody as a group, as a collective. But the thing is, when it comes head to head, they get things done.
Hey, but BGS, all right. I'm not trying to go against you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me think with the actuary mind, right?
Go ahead.
So you say they got 4 trains each, right? How many passengers? How many? You know what I mean? Advanced mathematics.
Well, you do advanced mathematics. The thing is, if 4 trains have 10 passengers each, and the United States doesn't have any of them,
it doesn't matter because it's not really making a difference.
Yes, it does. We don't have any. That's just an example. We don't have none.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not trying to kick the chair or nothing. I'm just saying if they don't have any, if there's only 10 passengers, actuary mind.
Even an actuarial mind says even if it's 40 or 50 people versus 0, who's more proficient, who gets shit done.
At what cost?
No, it doesn't matter what cost. Who gets the stuff done?
That's where the
No,
actuary.
no. It doesn't matter. When you have a project that you want to get done, does it get done?
Listen, I understand. Like, yes, you want to get it done, right? Hey, BGS. If I want to, if it's a point that I want to get across, I will ask you to get it across because you're going to get the point across.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're going to get the point across.
But basically, you can look it up and see how many passengers they run. I think they run about what 500-600. No, I think they run like 1,000 people each.
I'm just playing devil's advocate, and I'm saying how many people are on the train. How much is that going to save money over the airplane?
That's not the point. If you're going to play devil's advocate, take the analogy. Okay, the analogy is that if after 50 years we haven't built one and they built 4 in less than 20 years. Why is that? How come they can get something done that we can't?
I don't know.
You know,
Jesus, I don't know.
I do. Well, the thing is because they act more like the Borg, and the Borg is always going to be more efficient.
Oh yeah, they'll kill you if you're not down with the cause out there.
Because you're in the way. You're holding up.
From what I hear.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're not. If
you run over babies and shit.
They have different rules because it's more about the collective than the individual. In a liberal country, it's more about the individual than the collective. And in liberal countries have inherent liabilities.
To me, this is a balance of it though too, because you know what I mean. They'll send a warrant to kick in your door for no reason.
Talking about here in the United States?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's because most people view that as necessary. What I'm saying is, in an overall picture, you got to remember, liberal societies and individual rights are new. Okay, this country was founded on it. What 250 years ago? Those were new ideas.
According, well, I'm not gonna like. I'm just saying, like that's according to white people, right?
No, it's not according to white people. Those are new ideas.
No, what did we have back then? What did we have back here before the white people got here?
Well, you talking about here in the United States?
Yeah.
You had the clan. You had the chief. The chief had to decide. And you follow, and most people, you follow the aegis of the chief.
Yep. And if you decide not to, what happened?
Basically, you got exercise outside with the wolves. Go out there.
And if you attack us,
then you're an enemy.
Right.
So basically, you followed. Most people follow.
I think that's what Black YouTube needs to get back, like us. You know what I mean? Like, look,
I think Black YouTube is so we can speak these ideas and come to and people can actually come to their consensus. So all these ideas can actually, instead of being hidden in silos, can actually come out in public. That's what YouTube is. That's the value of YouTube. So in other words, Irene's voice may not have been heard, but YouTube gives her a platform to be heard. Now, whether you agree with it or not, that's one thing, but they're heard. That's what YouTube gives. The stuff that I've learned can be heard instead of being in a silo.
And that's what I like about it. You know what I mean? Like, where are you going to go talk to like 50, 100, 1,000, 5,000 people?
Enjoy it while you can.
You know, like you were talking. Hey, they just sent me my shit at my hospital for the mobile phone, blood pump, heart pump. This that. I don't even have to go to the doctor anymore. 24/7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's coming in the mail. Like what the man?
I told you it was coming.
Yeah, but you told me before my job told me shit.
Because the people that actually need to move this globe in a certain direction have all come together and decided this is the direction that the globe is going to go in. The vast majority of people.
I think Irene spoke on that earlier because she said it's the oligarchs. You know what I mean? It's like 4 or 5 people.
No, it's more than that.
You know what I mean?
Talking about the United States? No, it's more than that.
I'm talking about period.
No,
Period.
no, there's way more than that.
No, I'm talking about like the top.
I'm talking about top.
Whatever.
Okay, and on the planet, they estimate between about 10,000 people. That's what they estimate.
10,000.
Yeah.
Controlling 9 billion.
Yeah, or actually making top decisions for 8 billion.
Yeah.
That's a high number. I would think it was so many less than that.
No.
That's why for people, like if it was the U.S. or something.
The World Economic Forum would list them all. They're all listed. They list them all.
Okay, now that I will say, if we go by the public list, then suppose that we can go with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's a smaller amount that have final say. Do you know what I mean?
What about that nigga smoking the squid on the X-Files? Like that type of nigga.
When you have 183 countries and you have almost 8 billion people, 10,000 people is an extremely small amount.
That's why I broke it down to 4 actuary side.
4.
No, that's why I broke it down to 4 people.
You can't get anything done. You can't with this mass amount of people. You can't get anything done with 4 people.
I know. I was just breaking it down like that. You know what I mean? Like to the simplest.
Yeah, you have more than 4 oligarchs in the United States.
Yeah, I was just breaking it down to a person's state. I was just trying to break it down real simple. I'm not trying to challenge you. Go ahead. You're right. I swear I'm not trying to challenge you.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it.
Oh, hey, BGS. The hell no. Bro,
we just talked.
I was just telling you how I was breaking it down.
If it was only 4 oligarchs or 2 oligarchs, Trump would not be president. Okay.
In North Dakota.
Because they don't like him. All right.
In North Dakota, how many would it be?
In North Dakota. Oligarchs? I have no idea.
There's 700,000 people in this whole entire state. That's bigger than Illinois and Indiana.
I'm not from North Dakota, so I wouldn't even know who the oligarch is. That could be 1 or 2. I don't know.
The whole state got 1 area code.
Well, it doesn't matter. Every group even the smallest groups choose a leader. I wish I could find that recording by Fletcher Prouty, because he talked about his experience as in officer training school about them building a bridge, and what he said is that their final test was to build a flotation bridge. He said on one side of the river was the pieces of the bridge, and on the other side of the river was their dinner. In other words, they could smell the dinner cooking and all that kind of stuff. He said the final exam is for you to actually put this flotation bridge together and take your vehicles over the bridge, and there's your dinner, and that's your final exam. And they didn't give them any instructions. They just laid out the pieces, put them on one side, put the food on the other. And I think there was a group of like 50 people. And these are all officer training, very intelligent people. And so they all milled around. And then they said it seemed like they were waiting on something. And then one person says, just out of the blue, says, okay, put this piece here, and this piece looks like it'll go here, and let's do this, that, or the other. And then they started to put the bridge together and said, okay, now we need to test it. And he said what they were waiting for is for their leader to emerge.
What year was that?
What year was it? He was in World War II, so it should have been 1941.
Okay.
But Fletcher, if I could find a recording, I've been looking for the recording for.
I'm just looking on Wiki. No, I'm not. You know what I mean?
Okay.
No,
you can look up Fletcher Prouty, Prouty.
T-Y, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got him in the. I'm looking on the controversial claims, right?
Yeah, he was supposed to be Deep Throat.
Critic of the CIA pointed out influence of matters and blah blah blah.
He was original OSS. He was part of the original OSS before it became CIA.
Yeah, July 12, 75,
Yeah.
Kennedy assassination,
Yeah.
Church of Scientology.
Yeah, that's Prouty. But what I'm saying is, that's what he said. He said what he realized is that uh, that since human beings are a social animal, even if we put ourselves in a group and there's no leader, they're all leaderless. We're not all going to do our own thing. We're going to look for somebody to direct us, and a leader will emerge out of that group.
Yeah, and then here comes some, you know what I mean? Some leaders.
Well, I'm saying it will
You know what I mean?
emerge.
Always leaders.
Well, there's always, there has to be, otherwise the group goes nowhere. That's what they found out. That's what that's what he noticed, and said his whole military, that taught him something about his whole military career. And basically, Colin Powell probably said exactly the same thing.
Yes, he did.
If you ever worked on a job and you have in a group of people, if you ever worked someplace in a group of people, basically they look to follow. They look to follow somebody. You don't.
And they're not gonna go where you won't go. Now, if you're gonna go in there proudly, you know what I mean? They're not gonna do something. They're not gonna do something you're not willing to do. Leader, if you're not willing to do that, they're not gonna do it.
Not sometimes, and not necessarily. It just depends. Depends on what they're looking for in the environment that you're at. It could be this person that will speak up.
Like it's certain people on like schedules I do and this that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, they complain, but I've done their routes. I'm nah, you're cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is that
nah.
There has to be somebody to basically monitor and deal with conflict between people, and they look to a certain person to actually do that.
No, but that's what they're saying. Like when I heard Colin Powell, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said he's the one that'll come down from the high office, take his suit off, and goddamn run the route.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? He gonna take his whole, you know what I mean, his colonel, his general, all of that off.
Mm-hmm.
Take his you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
His suit off and go put on the fatigues and come down there and hey, all right, duck, it's a bullet coming. All right, so what's going on out here?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he's been doing this shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like what is your concern? And then when the man on high can come down low and say, "What's up?"
It makes him feel like one of you.
Yeah. And then it makes them tell you what's going on so you can more effectively handle the situation.
That builds loyalty. That's like Caesar. Was it Julius Caesar was loved because he wasn't just Caesar. He was actually a warrior. He actually fought with his troops.
Isn't that the same thing they try to do in America? Oh, you can't be a president if you never fought in the war.
They try to say that, but
no.
Being
the whole thing about the whole thing about the Constitution is anybody can be president.
I know. What I'm saying is, plenty of presidents have never fought in a war.
No, I mean like even joining the military or whatever. The whole point is you don't even have to join that bad boy. You know what I mean? You can sit at home in your rocking chair watching Fox News all day and say, "Shit, I'm finna run for president."
Because the president is a civilian office and not a military office. Even though they want civilian control over the military, even though he's commander in chief, it's a civilian office. They want civilian control over the military.
And if he gives some kind of stupid order, guess what? Non-civilians is not going to order it.
That's where the checks and balances come in. There's always checks and balances.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to economy and all of that, like I feel you, be just to me it seems like when it comes to the end, like if it's capitalism or if it's this and that, the man that has all the gold ain't worth nothing no more because nobody else has it.
If nobody else has it,
That's gonna be
it
doing
gold.
something.
And what doesn't matter about gold, dollars. Irene was correct. That the only reason money is valuable is because it is an accepted medium of exchange. It's an agreement. It's nothing more than an agreement. If I have $20,
A representation of resources. Pretty.
no, it's just it's a medium of exchange. I will accept because I know if I take this $20 and give you $20 worth of goods, I can exchange it for $20 worth of goods that I want. Because it's a system. The system works that way. And it will work that way until all of a sudden $20 you can't exchange the $20. And guess what the $20 will be worth?
I think that something else we have to really consider with money is the perfect way to create a society of people who are really useless. And I want to use the term useless very loosely because I don't want to offend anybody, but essentially, money is a vehicle for barter. And barter is when you approach somebody and they have something that you need or can provide a service that you want, and you exchange something that they desire. When you have nothing that someone desires, that's where money comes into play. When you have nothing to offer that many people will want, that's when money comes into play. And so I think there is validity to some sort of vehicle for barter because, right, you may come into a situation where you do have a usable service, but it's not high in demand, or the person you're dealing with may not want that exactly. But when we operate in a society that is completely based on using vehicles for barter versus straight barter, what we essentially create is a class of people who have nothing to offer, but something that represents something that is valuable. And
can I ask you a question? Straight barter, how does straight barter scale?
How does it scale? It scales the way that all things surrounding freedom do, right? It's on a small scale.
It's on a small scale.
But here's the thing. There is no benefit to scaling things in a mass way. It's always destructive. When we farm in a mass way, it's destructive to the environment and the plants that we farm. It means that we have to create more chemicals because it's not natural to produce something over and over again over acres and acres of land. It means that our animals are not able to eat what's naturally available to them because we're mass producing. Nothing, when we manufacture clothes on a mass scale, it means that we push out people who have usable skills, such as creating clothing. It means the clothing gets cheaper to make, cheaper to buy. And it also means that because it's cheaply made, it disintegrates sooner. And then we have planned obsolescence, essentially. So it pollutes the environment more. So the thing is that what people have to come to grips with is it is not sustainable, healthy for the individual, the environment, or humanity for us to do things on a mass scale. It's just simply not realistic to expect health from that.
So in other words, what was 200 years ago, what was the average lifespan?
Right. It was a lot shorter.
It was 40. It was like 40.
Yeah, it was around 50. Yeah.
41 years old. About the average lifespan was about 39, 40 years old. What is it now?
It's much longer.
Much longer. And
Yeah.
so is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't necessarily think that is a bad thing. But here's the thing, though. Let's not confuse. Again, these advancements across the board cannot be we can't make an equivalency there, right? So we can advance health and sanitation and create a longer lifespan, but that has nothing to do with anything else. Do you know what I mean? Like we can do one and not do the other.
How
can we do one? How can we advance health and sanitation and not advance in the areas of mass production? Easily, because the two things don't have, like, remember, we author. And I think this is what people have to recognize is we author. We author. Eat that outside, sweetie. We author our existence. There's no set rules to this life. There's really
Oh yeah, oh sure there is.
People have to understand that you harness the power to write the playbook.
To a degree, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, exactly. Because as you were saying earlier, some things are intrinsic in human nature. Everybody's not a leader. So
Okay.
people will look for somebody that leads. So to a degree. But the thing is that we can choose to keep things local. And I'll give you a perfect example. I was talking about earlier, I live in a state where it's illegal to pump your own gas.
Oh, okay.
Right? So I just moved to this state like literally 48 hours ago. And I almost got chased down by the gas attendant because you can't pump your own gas here.
Okay, why not? They say why?
Like, I haven't gotten to the bottom of that logic. But the point is that that's a choice that they made.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, clearly I can pump my own gas. I've been doing it my whole life. But in this state, they chose to do something different. You know, and so that is the thing. We can choose to advance and keep sanitation where it is, but that has nothing to do with producing 5 billion pairs of jeans a year. Like, the two things are unrelated. That has nothing to do with having a factory farm. My children and I, as we were driving out here, you know, we passed grass-fed cows that were just grazing on hills, and we passed factory farm cows that were in feedlots.
Okay.
And one thing has nothing to do with the other. Me being able to be a healthy person and somebody growing cows on feedlots or refusing to create immunizations that don't bypass, you know, the actual immune system. The two things are unrelated.
Okay. And is there such thing as a perfect system?
Absolutely not, right? Because nothing is
so in other
perfect.
words,
Perfection is subjective, right?
So basically in any system, you know, until you find a solution and go into another system, you can have another set of trade-offs. You're going to have trade-offs, right? So in other words, if you want to go back to a natural system, you know, such as the one we had a couple hundred years ago, what would you need to trade off?
Absolutely. And that's what people have to accept. There's going to be a trade. And here's the thing. A lot of people feel that
they don't have to. They don't have to accept it. That's the whole thing. They don't have to accept it.
Irene, you didn't answer. What would you have to trade off?
What are you willing to trade off?
What am I willing to trade off? I mean, my thing is that I'm willing to trade off fallacy for reality.
No. That's not it. That's no.
I mean, it's an answer. I'm willing to live in the real world.
What do you mean by that?
You are living in the real world.
No, here's the thing. No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
It's kind of like if I create if I put pillows all over my house and bumper every corner and chair for my 2-year-old that's waddling around the house so they don't get hurt. That's not the real world.
It's
modified reality.
It's basically
black in America.
Okay.
Right?
What in human culture is not modified? If we talk about human culture, what is not modified in human culture? Period. What's not modified?
Right, but we're again. Remember, nothing is true 100% of the time, so everything is modified to a degree, right?
Everything in human culture. Okay, the only thing that's not modified, I'm gonna tell you what's not modified, is you without anything, without clothes, without shoes, anything but bare naked in the woods by yourself. That's not modified. Everything else is modified. Everything else is created by human culture.
Let me kick the chair. Because where's her mind at? Where's her mind at when she's in the woods? Is it of a mind from the city, or is it a mind from I was in the woods? Or
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where her mind is. I'm saying is as far as not being modified. Everything else is modified. Because if she has the mind of being in the city, she will know what she missed, and she will eventually find tools to actually clothe herself, build shelter, because she knows what it is. So her mind will carry it. But the thing is, she's going to have to modify nature to adapt it, because she can't survive out there without it.
Right, but mind you, what I said is everything is modified to a degree. Now that is a fact. But here is the thing: the difference between because to live in this world, because we're not like literally beasts, we have to modify things as human beings. But that is very different. So, right, me leaving all the sharp corners in my house and simply enforcing in my child that they need to avoid those things is one thing, right? Me bumper padding my whole home and covering the walls and pillows is another thing. So there's degrees to this. And I think when we speak about these subjects, we have to recognize we're speaking of degrees. It is not the action that is the issue. It is the degree.
Well, no, it's not a degree. We have to speak in absolutes, because absolutes have degrees, because either it's absolute 100% or it's absolute 0. We go back to absolute 0, and everything else is modified. Now, what degree do you want to modify something? What are you willing to give up?
And that is what I was saying earlier. The closer we can come to freedom and a reality, an unmodified reality, is where I would stand with this, right?
Oh. Okay.
That would be, I'm willing to give up my creature comforts.
How much of them?
How much? I mean, that's yet to be seen, right? If I'm not put in the position
running
to have
water,
the choice, really, it's hard to say.
Went to outhouse.
But let's say this. Let me give you guys a good example, because I live this life, right? So I sold my home.
Okay.
Before the home I was just in. And the next home I went to, I had to pay cash for it.
Okay.
Because when people run my credit, it looks like I literally don't exist.
Okay.
Okay. So what does that mean? That means if I don't have the money, I can't rent. I was trying to, in the home I'm in now, I was trying to turn on utilities in my name. It was a $500 deposit.
Okay.
Not because I have bad credit, but because I don't exist to them.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? So here, that's the thing. The thing is that I can only speak to the level that my environment has been adjusted based on the decisions that I make as a person who chooses to act independently.
Yeah.
How far I could go with this mindset, I can't know, because society isn't giving me the chance to know.
Sure.
But I'm in a place where I want to know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not so attached to, but when my man, because I have a lot of designer things, right? I do frivolous crap, right? Because money is nothing to me other than something that allows me to put food on the table and a roof over my head. And he thought I was high maintenance. And I said, what you don't know about me is I don't freaking care about this crap. I mean, I do what I do because I can, but it has nothing to do with my desire or need or an attachment to it. You know what I mean? And so we had to come to that place. So I don't know how much I'm willing to give up, because I can only give up as much as I can in the environment that I'm in.
If you've ever been around, and TR, you can probably speak to this. If you've ever been around a developing country and you see people living in what looks like to be a small tin shack with no windows and no door and bare floor, no running water, no windows, no door, just a tin shack to keep the rain off of you, and basically barely 4 walls.
Yeah, well, let's have a real conversation, right? Let's have a real conversation.
Okay. So even that is modified.
Okay, yeah, but let's have a real conversation. I have lived in a penthouse in the Bay Area, and I have lived in a car, and I have lived on the street, like all in one lifetime. And I grew up going to private school, living a very comfortable life, but I've lived a lot of different ways, because somebody was pointing out, my home, the last home I was in, and this and that, and my inability, to talk about how the rich are wicked when I clearly have money. I said, but you don't know that I don't give a damn about this. When it came to a choice between my sanity and my freedom and being on the street, I chose to be on the street. You know what I mean? And so the thing is that the person that's living like that, when I was at my poorest, when I was at my absolute poorest, and we can say this was almost by choice, right? When I was coming out of my last marriage, had been a housewife for a long time, just accustomed to people taking care of me, left my family's property because the level of control there was too great for me.
Mm-hmm.
I reached that place, and I had my third and fourth children, right? They were my little ones in the house. My first, third, and fourth children with me. I literally made a decision to live the harder life. But here's the thing. I know how to cook from scratch. I don't have a green thumb, but I can grow some food. The thing is that your life will be as good as your capability. I was able to sew clothing for my daughters, you know, sew heavy petticoats so they wouldn't be cold in the winter because they only wear dresses. I was able to make the best of what I had. A lot of people find themselves in extreme destitute situations because they have no life skills. A person who has been created to be useless, when put in challenging situations, cannot make the best of those situations because they don't know how to do anything. They have no skills. They don't know how to take $20 and have bread for a week and feed their family for a month. They don't know how to do that. And so that's what I mean is when our environment is modified to the point where survival is something that we cannot achieve. When you actually live in that crazy hut and it's slightly modified, but like less modified, right? But you can't make the best of that situation because you don't know how to take $10 worth of fabric and $1 worth of yarn, or $5 worth of fabric, depending on the fabric you get, and $1 worth of yarn, and make clothes for your 4 kids. That's a problem. That's a problem. So again, like we can only speculate because none of us is ever really in the position and has never been given the freedom to get to know who we are, to get to know what we're made of, to get to know the levels that we can reach or cannot reach, because everything around us is so heavily controlled. And we have been built to be nothing, to be useless, to only consume, complain, and regurgitate. I mean, that's all that we can do. And so in a perfect world, right, we would have the freedom to fail, to go hungry, to see death naturally, and to achieve through the work of our own hands. And it would make us all better people. But that's a scary prospect, right?
For some. But if you brought up in that environment, that's all you know. If you're not, then it's a scary prospect. You can only know what the environment that you brought up in. If you brought up in a cold water shack in the middle of Guatemala, and that's all that you're born into, where you're basically a wood-fired hot plate is what you cook your meals on, and your mother does sew your clothes and wash your clothes and hang them out on the line, and you as a kid to take your little shoe shine shop, and you know as a 3-year-old, and you go to the center and to the village and try to shine people's shoes, tourist shoes for pennies or a quarter or whatever it is, then yeah, you learn, even though you're still kind of on the fringe of society. And if you want to go way out in the sticks with the natives, where they don't have any of that, where they live almost the way they lived, 200-300 years ago. They don't have any running water. They had to have used wood fires. They have a modified outhouse. Then that's something else. You basically get used to the environment that you're in. And the reason that we have all this comfort or this artificial stuff is because that's what human beings strive to have a better life than what we had. So we've come a long way from coming out of the trees as human beings to this.
Right. But here's the thing. There's a middle ground, right? I mean, what is this? We have to define all these terms, right? What is this? You come out of what to get what?
In other words, you come out of
where are we? I wouldn't say that we're in a good place. There are good things about this place, right? But it's not a good place.
So compared to what?
Well, okay, so here's an analogy I use a lot, right? A person finds a child on the street. They're
Mhm.
starving, they're half naked, they're on the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the person goes, all right, I'm gonna take this child in, I'm gonna feed them, I'm gonna get them educated, da da da. And all they have to do is screw a bunch of adults for money.
Okay.
So the kid is in a better position, right? They get to eat, they get education, got a warm bed, got some clothes on their back.
Mm-hmm.
But what is the cost?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's for each person to make the choice. Like,
okay.
what
Well,
is the cost?
if the kid is on the street naked and starving, and they have to live in a brothel, for lack of a better term, so they can stay alive, okay, what would have happened to them if you hadn't found that child?
Again, that's where it comes in,
No,
right? That child would probably die.
It will probably die. So in other words,
but what
is
better, right?
is that child starving to death? I don't know how old the child is, if it was male or female. The child starving to death, first starving to death in the cold, versus the life that it would have.
Here's the thing. What is better?
I don't know.
I know, and each person has to make that choice. That's why, again, I don't knock anybody's choices.
So, in other words,
one of my older children chose to get a Social Security card and use it.
Okay,
that was his choice, but it was his choice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't knock anybody's choices. I'm just saying the choice should be there. That's the thing. The choice should exist, and right now the choice doesn't exist. That's all it comes down to. Like, I'm not like, the system isn't the problem. The inability to make a choice, just to see what's on the other side of that coin. That is the problem.
The inability, the unwillingness to make a choice.
Well, in this situation that we currently are in, it would be the inability, right? Because if I have the willingness to make the choice, the system is designed where I don't really have the choice.
Why? Okay. Okay. If you want to detach from the whole system, could you do it?
I would say it would be very hard.
Why?
I guess you could try to get yourself to a very remote place and do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But then where is that remote place? How are you going to get there? Do you need a passport to get there? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many, like,
oh, you don't. What is it? 80% of the United States is empty. There's tons of places, the remote places you can get to that nobody will come looking for you. In fact, there's places in as big as Los Angeles is, and as many people as there is in it, there are plenty of places where I could actually walk into the mountains and nobody will look for me.
Hey, BGS.
Hmm?
All right. So
they might find me 3 days, find my bones 3 years later, but yeah, nobody will look for me.
But I mean, but why does that have to be the choice? Why does death, a certain death, or functioning?
How is that a certain death? How is that a certain death, Irene?
If you know,
well, here's the thing, because most of the places that are uninhabited that he's speaking about are not conducive. There's a reason that they're uninhabited.
Because we're not trained to live in that environment.
And there are people that live.
Yeah, there are people that do live in that environment.
So then it would be a matter of getting the training to make that choice.
In that environment, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why Army, police, Boy Scouts was also good for people. I know I had training with swimming with all my clothes on, my jeans, my shoes, and everything. And I had to tread water for 3 hours.
Yeah, yep.
When I was 11, 12 years old. Come on. You can't beat that training.
You can do it. The thing is, if you're out there in the middle of nowhere, you got bears, wolves, bobcats, all kind of animals that you have to contend with that you would have had to contend with 200 years ago if you walk out into the woods.
Hey, BGS, you know my favorite book?
Mm-hmm. What's that?
My Side of the Mountain.
Oh, okay.
You ever read that?
Mm-mm.
Damn, I don't even know who it's by, but like that was my book, right? Like the little dude, little white boy, and he just ran away and lived on a fucking mountain for a year.
If you know
You
how,
know
you can do it. Yeah, you can do it if you know how. And back 20 years ago, that was not uncommon.
And it's like out here, right? I've told you this before. The most PTO I give off at my job is for people to go hunting.
Mm-hmm.
My boss, he takes off. My boss, he takes off whenever he wants to. He'll run a marathon and then go sit in a tree for 3 days waiting for a deer.
Waiting for a deer. Yeah, you can do it. I mean, there's people that know how to do it. You can do it. But the thing is that
are you going to sit in the tree for 3 days? Pissing on yourself and you just sitting in a tree for 3 days.
Yeah, the thing is
here to cross your path.
The thing is that the risk of starvation and the risk of not existing is easier when you just get back in your car and drive back to civilization.
Yeah, because he was only 2 miles away. You know what I mean? 2 miles might be too much for city niggas, though. Yeah. You know what I mean?
You're 2 miles away. If something happens to you, 2 miles is a long way, and people have gone the wrong way. Actually gone the wrong way and actually been found. I remember I was in Guatemala and my tour guide was telling us, do not go off the path, right? Because where we were where the Mayan temple was, right? He said it might look like you can walk like 200 yards away and not get lost. He said, but the thing is, he said, because as tour guides, we were used to the area. We know all the different signs and routes. He said, but to an amateur, you walk out there 200 yards, you might not find your way back.
BGS, you've been to Ghana, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what happened when you go in that bush? Yeah. Even outside the wall.
Yep.
Even within the city.
Yep.
Right? What happened? Oh shit! Where the fuck?
Yeah.
What? I thought I was at Osu.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Dr. Circle, where the hell this shit went?
Yeah. People that have never really, never been really out there in the jungle, if you're out there by yourself in the jungle and you're lost, that is a scary feeling, because then you really know how unprepared you are to actually be out there without other people. You really do start feeling really alone, really quickly.
I'm not going to scare them without calming them down, though.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Yeah.
Now, wouldn't the most thing be to sit the hell where the hell you at?
That's what until somebody finds you. Yeah.
No, I mean, even if you have to go somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't panic. Just chill. Smoke a blunt or something. You know what I mean? Like, just chill. Somebody gonna find you, or you're gonna figure out how to get back over there. Mm-hmm. We are melanated. We know what we're doing.
Some people do, some people don't. Yeah.
It depends on where you grew up, I guess.
It depends on where you grew up and how you train. That's what I'm saying. If you're not adapted to living out in the environment, then it's everybody's adapted to live whatever environment they actually grow up. Because if you're growing up out in the middle of the woods since you were a small child, it's no big deal. But if you grew up in the city, that you don't want to learn, on the fly. Let's put it that way.
All right, hey. All right. This is the last one. I hope BGS. I fuck with you.
Mm-hmm.
But all right. So how, like, if I had to put a picture of me and my daughter with the nines, right?
Okay.
They'd have looked at me crazy, right? Me and my 15-year-old daughter, they'd have looked at me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what the hell is you doing?
Mm-hmm.
My dad had me shooting since I was 6 years old. You know what I mean? I go into my boss's office. He's got his 2 daughters that are younger than when I would have taken the picture.
If you got to remember how people think. If people think in imprints and images, right? If you dress her up in fatigues with a 9mm, even a big heavy gun, nobody will think anything of it, because they look at the uniform, they look at what she's wearing, they look at the gun and said, okay, those 2 things go together. But if she's in a party dress and she's got an AK-47, people say, what are you doing? Or she's got little pigtails on in a dress, people will say, what are you doing? But if she's in camouflage and she's got little camouflage paint on her face, nobody will think anything of it. Oh, he's training her to shoot.
But what I'm saying is, like my boss,
Mm-hmm.
he got his daughters,
No,
and they're not necessarily like trained. I mean, like in outfits for deer. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They just look like they taking a picture.
Okay.
But if I would have done that, and I only got one daughter, you know what I mean? But
Okay.
if I did that with my 15-year-old daughter that's almost as tall as me, they'd have told me I'm crazy.
Why? Who would have told you were crazy?
No, I'm just talking about like the general mainstream, and like if I'd have dropped, you know.
Why?
Because when black people do what white people do, so-called black people do what so-called white people do,
Mm-hmm.
they don't accept it. I told you we're 1.2% out here.
Yeah, well, you're out there. I wouldn't be out there personally.
Yeah, I'm making some good money and I'm chilling.
Well, what I'm saying is, I wouldn't be out there.
I'm trying to link up with some of our favorite YouTubers. We might take some pictures together.
Okay.
Like O'Shea and them did out there in you know what I mean, on the continent.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But I'm trying to do some shit like that.
Yeah, I think I saw a picture of you and your daughter at the castle.
Oh yeah. That was like shit. That was 2009.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So you were there when Obama was there, huh?
Did you see how long was my hair in that picture, BGS?
Short. Yeah.
All right. How long is my hair now?
That's fairly long. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But nah, I'm finna go. I'm like Yvette was saying, I wanna like actually do some shit on the ground too. You know what I mean? Like the Patreon, all this shit is cool and all of that, this, that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just really want to do, you know what I mean? Cerulean giving us the books, he's giving us this, that. I got a place right down the street, and I know I'm bullshitting with myself. You know what I mean? Because I could be paying them the $100 a month, and I could be losing. I mean, I could be learning Israeli shit.
Mm-hmm.
So like, all right, now when I say let's do some shit like I'm talking about let's doing right now,
Mm-hmm.
I've already learned the Israeli army shit. Fuck some people up.
Well, you don't want to do this. Actually, I'll talk about that on air.
No, yeah, I know, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Everybody else, we all talk about everything on air, so there's nothing to hide. Then
okay.
No, man, it's a certain shit that we need to hide, but shit, we're all talking about the shit on air anyway. So what?
Okay.
That's my point. I'm not trying to go against you, BGS. You're the one. You're the master teacher. I got you, dog. Shit, I'm with you.
Okay. You do you. Anyway, where were we? I guess the conversation's kind of winding down.
Yeah, it's kind of going everywhere. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna finish because y'all know that I am unpacking, you guys.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna prepare dinner for my family and go. But thank you so much for coming on. You're so fascinating. So I'm glad.
I appreciate that.
I will plan ahead. I've been like MIA from my channel for a little bit because I was moving, and this was very impromptu and unplanned. But I like to have you on again with like a more structured conversation.
Okay.
Where I can let people know ahead of time. And my live chat numbers never get really big. I think they never top 200 people. So it'll be a small audience. But what I really liked and what I saw and what I was mentioning to the chat is that I like that so many people were really listening. A lot of times in chat, people get caught up in their feelings and they're spending a lot of time typing and they're not really listening. They're just kind of hearing. And I feel like the same 50 people have pretty much been watching the chat the whole time, and they're actually listening to what's being said. And so that makes me really, really happy. to know that. So I'm hoping that it really reached a lot of you guys in the chat, and that you consider some of the things that were said here. And you guys know I'm just a big advocate for, we really have to author our own, like we have to get to know ourselves. That's like really important. And it's really hard to know yourself when you're busy being told what is right and acceptable and normal, and things like that. It's hard to know your own thoughts when you're constantly having input from other places that are sharing the common rhetoric and thoughts of the masses. And so until we each get a chance to meet ourselves, then we can't really have a stance on a lot of issues that are important. So as always, I really encourage you guys to just step away and disengage for a little bit and just get to know you and where your mind is at and where your desires are, troubles are, and all of that, so that you can address those things and then step back into the bigger picture with a fresh mind and with clear eyes and a clear head. I think that's super important.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
All right. Well, thank you guys. I'll talk to y'all.
All right.
And bye, chat. I love you guys, and I'll speak to you guys again too.
Hey, Irene, I thank you for having me on your panel. I really love it.
Thanks for coming through. This is the first time this was not planned. This is an unplanned panel. But I will be more organized in the future because I'm so bad with this stuff.
BGS around, you're going to have them 8-hour panels. We're going to have to.
No, yeah, I try not to do 8-hour panels except once a week.
Oh, no. Okay.
No, I try not to do those.
Hey, Irene, come to his Friday night panels.
Well, yeah, Char has to shut them off, and even then they want to go another time.
Yes, for women.
In fact, I got to do Rhymes promo. So.
Oh, okay. Well, drop your links in the, we'll type something and I'll mod you, and you can drop your links in the description box because I don't know how to do any of those things. So
okay.
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah, it's there Friday nights. I want you. I want Cynthia. I want
Cynthia. Okay.
Yeah.
Cynthia
don't want to come over there, BGS.
I feel as one of those people
don't want to
who's greatly misunderstood.
Okay. Oil and water. Okay. Between me and All right, folks. I'm out. See ya.
Bye, people.
Peace.
Hey, thank you, Irene.
For sure. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, you guys. So I'm out of here, and I will, hold on. Let me turn on, I don't know what I look like. Let's see. Let me turn on my camera. I could look like anything at this point, y'all. Let's see. What do I look like? Oh, there I am. I have flour on my nose. Hold on. I have a bun in my hair. I have been packing my kitchen while we're talking. I have to go because my man's going to be coming home probably late because he's been working hard. And I still have a bazillion things to unpack. But I plan to do another live tomorrow. I don't know when. I just know that I'm going to be chit-chatting with you guys. So yay to me that I got monetized. That just means that YouTube has acknowledged me. I know people who have been doing this longer than me that still haven't been. I don't know what the logic is with that. Y'all, I am hot as all flippin' get up right now. I'm literally sweating. So yeah, I'm just excited to be in my place. For those of you that missed the part of my house I put together, come back tomorrow because I will show you guys then. And for those of you who hung in for this impromptu, all over the place kind of live, I appreciate it. And the next one will be more positive. I felt like this one started out relatively positive, and then it got negative, talking about stupid head. And then it became really interesting. But the next one's going to be really chill. I'm also going to be doing a video on common law marriage. A lot of you guys have talked about not wanting to get married because you don't want to get married within the system. And so I'm going to do a video on common law marriage, which really goes on what states you can actually have a common law marriage, because that is not uniform throughout the United States. In fact, they are shutting it down for common law marriage. They really want you to operate within the system. So I think it's really important that for those of you who are actually interested in that, because there is a benefit to marriage, to your spouse and to your children. And I will go into that in that video. So I will be scheduling that for later this week as well. As always, I will come on with my political commentary later in the week. I haven't been keeping up with things. You guys know I have to research it all personally because I don't actually watch television or listen to the radio or anything. And I just haven't cared, y'all. I've been caught up just in real life. But yeah, I adore you guys. And with that said, I'm going to finish my champagne and I'm going to go. So I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.